Hey guys, another session is in the books. Another session is uploaded for your listening and viewing pleasure. Perfect if you need several hours of background, nerdy background noise. Once again, this is a recording of our Discord channel during some 5th edition Dungeons and Dragons live play, and this is the second episode into our campaign. So, without further ado, enjoy.
Strong, so I'm sure I could easily handle a limp frog body.
We also might want to try to hide the bodies in the mud, because if they're like relatively small creatures, we could probably hide them in the mud somehow, but then it might give us a better chance of not alerting somebody that we were down in the well.
No, that's not a bad idea.
What if we took their spears, like stuck them in the mud, and like kind of like fashion them, kind of like sat them up on the spears, so it looked like the patrol was still there, and maybe they just like wouldn't notice that they were dead. Kind of like a scarecrow, but frogs.
I love that idea. I think we should do that with like half of them.
Honestly, it works either way, because either they think it's just them chilling out patrolling, or they see a bunch of their dead comrades strung up, and it's an intimidation factor. So really, it's a win-win scenario.
Frog scarecrows it is. Nice idea, Will.
Thank you.
Trying to find the pickiest sense of... Sean, are these medium creatures, small creatures? I know you sent a little
I mean,
pic-
I kind of described them as smaller, but really they're about dwarf size.
Yeah, medium humanoid. I just found a picture you sent from your from the book.
Yeah, they're small,
medium.
but they're not small like halflings. You know, they're kind of stocky. They're like dwarfish size. So dwarves are medium creatures.
Yeah. Halflings considered small? Or are they medium too?
I believe
Halflings are small.
and gnomes as well.
Yeah, halflings, gnomes, goblins are small. Okay.
There's a couple classes where you actually get to choose what size you are, or a couple races rather.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think kenkus are like that. Like you could be a tiny kenku or a normal, like human-sized one.
Gotcha.
I put out my Halloween decorations, and my fucking cat keeps stealing all the fake bugs. If we're going to start recording video, I'm going to have to find a setup where my backdrop is my bookshelf and my Halloween tree, because I feel like it would be a pretty great background on camera. We literally put up a Christmas tree and just decorate it with like skeleton parts and cover it in webs and all kinds of random Halloween shit. And then I don't have to put up a Christmas tree in November. I just have to swap decorations out. It's pretty great.
Good thinking. No, I guess. Huh? Okay, what's wrong? Is that Anthony?
What up, fellas?
What's up, man?
Man, I didn't know if you were going to show up. I thought I whomped you guys so bad last week, none of you guys would come back. I guess you guys like punishment,
I couldn't find another DM in a week, so it came back.
huh?
All right. They all ready to go?
All right. Yeah, I'm ready. You guys ready to start this off then?
Hell yeah.
Okay, great. So let's just do a quick recap. Last session you traveled to the village of Hatma, assisted by one of these nomadic desert shepherds. You swung by the Naked Ass. You met a bartender by the name of Tark. Had a few drinks. Got some food in you. Got some a little bit of information as well as a room for the night. Most of you. And by morning, you find out that the well had dried up, and that it's the lifeblood of a lot of these desert nomadic people. And despite their town or village being underwhelming in almost every aspect of what you were hoping it to be, you might have found a little work seeking out maybe what has happened to shift this ancient underground river. You guys, after a bit, you all venture into the mucky well and march on. And so, after the probably the better part of a full day of mucking through this underground tunnel of sludge, you're assaulted by a bullywug hunting party, and after you guys successful battle, but barely, cut them all down at great cost to your own party. Several of you guys got laid up as well, and that's kind of where we are now. Like the battle is over. There's a bunch of dead frogs. You guys have already looted them or went through their pockets, and aside from the few coins you guys found last session, their goods are like meager. It's like a leather, like hide kind of clothing, and their weapons are really just sharpened rocks attached to sharpened sticks type of a situation. They're very crude. But as you guys kind of come out of combat and you're coming to, let me get a Constitution saving throw from everybody in the party.
Ah, fuck.
$19 for Renwick.
14.
12.
17 for me. Later. Good first roll. Thank God.
That dragon blood.
So, Logus, after trudging through some of this muck for so long, you guys ventured for a while, and then there was like this really kind of intense moment of combat where you guys were moving quickly through it and taking actions here and there. And it's exhausting. You suffer from level 1 exhaustion from constantly moving through this muck for hours and hours.
I thought you were about to give him trench foot.
An elf? I don't know, maybe. You giving me ideas, bro? Level 1 of exhaustion is just what is that? Disadvantage on ability checks. So it's not saving throws or attack rolls or anything. It's just disadvantage on ability checks. Not too bad, but you are in desperate need of a rest. Aside from the slain bullywugs at your guys' mucky feet, you had pointed out last session that you hear the sound of rushing water coming from somewhere up ahead. Sounds nearby. It is a super dark tunnel. You can't quite see more than a few yards. Yeah.
Well, Renwick's gonna kind of look around, and I think 3 of us are in pretty bad shape. And he'll just be like, "Well, gentlemen, I'm not sure what you're thinking, but I'm pretty sure we're gonna have to go back to the village. We can go back and tell them what we've seen here, and maybe bring one of the bodies back to see if they know what we're dealing with. But I think if we go any further, it's not gonna end well unless one of you could skin one of these frogs and make me a suit." And he'll just kind of like prod one of them with his rapier.
Y'all turn back and Logos is just like passed out in the mud.
So who's Logos? Are you like hurt? You feeling it?
I have 6 out of 33 HP.
All right. Yeah. So
So
first off, later is going to see Logos very tired and chilling in the disgusting mud. Walk up to him, kind of like take a kneel next to him, and place one of his large scaled hands on his chest, and there's just like a glowing like yellow energy, almost like staticky, kind of like just like charged with energy. And I'm using a lay on hands, and you'll heal 10 hit points. The Logos. And then he's gonna kind of stand back up and take a cue from Renwick. Sorry, trying to remember who said what. Take a cue from Renwick and walk over to one of the bullywugs that we have slain, and just kind of fireman carry, toss him over one shoulder, and just look to the group. As much as I'd like to go on, I think Renwick is right. I think we gotta regroup, patch up our wounds, and I need to have a talk with my uncle. I need to know what's going on down here. Then we can come back and figure this out once we have more information and, we're not bleeding out on the floor of this cold, dank well. This is not exactly where I want to die.
Renwick's gonna nod at him, and then he's gonna kind of stop for a second and look down at the frog, and he goes, it kind of started as a joke, but then he kind of like looks at himself and looks at the size of the frog, and he's like, I really do think I might be able to make a disguise out of this. And then he looks at the ranger and he's like, you seem like you're good with skinning animals. Think you could skin one of these?
Yeah. I guess I could give it a try.
I love that you just asked him to do the one thing I gave him disadvantage on.
Well, I figure that we've got 12 bodies, so that's 12 tries.
I suppose, yeah, I guess.
What kind of roll would it be to try to skin the frog?
Give me
Probably survival.
Yeah, I'll say a survival roll. You do have to make skill checks with disadvantage, so.
There's going to be some like bullywug scout that comes out to check on this party of 12 and just sees all of these fucking eviscerated bodies.
So at disadvantage, I still rolled an 18.
Even like knee deep in the muck, you guys, maybe Logus is too at home skinning shit in a dark hole full of mud because he, throw it to balls, guts, and skins this fucking thing pretty swiftly and quickly, and it's with surprising efficiency. Kind of makes it seem like maybe he's done some shit like that before. Previous hunting skills for sure.
I feel like Renwick's kind of like looking around from like behind him on the side, watching him do this, and he's like, "Well, I figured you were the right man for the job, and well, if anything, I might not be able to see a thing down here, but at least they might not see what I am until they get up close." He'll just kind of like wait to get this skin so that he can make a bullywug suit.
Go ahead and make add bullywug skin to your inventory.
While they're doing that kind of retroactively, Glader would have been kind of standing off towards the far end, like towards not where we came from, where the bullywugs came from, and just kind of keeping an eye out. Just general.
Okay. Give me a perception check, and you can make this perception check with advantage.
That's my perception. Not great. Okay. I'm not going to jinx it, so I'm just not going to talk about it. But that was 19 or 18 plus 1, so 19 total for perception.
Okay, so you kind of hear the water crashing down, and it's almost like a dull roar. It seems like it's not really that far away, whatever the source of water is, and just for a brief second, like a small calm breeze comes across your nostrils, and you smell outside. You smell like desert sands on flowers. You can tell. You smell that coming from the direction of the sound of the water.
So, kind of noticing that once I see that they've finished getting their bullywug, I just walk back up to them. Now, I know we were talking about going back and getting more information and healing, but we are close to the outside. I can smell fresh air. It's not the same dank, mineral soil air that is in this tunnel. I can, not far up ahead, it is, I believe it might let out into, open air. Like actual, not underground open air. I don't know if that changes anyone's decision, but, just presenting the facts.
Renwick coughs up blood and is like, "Yeah, I think it's best that we head back toward the village. But if anybody wants to go take a peek before we head back, I'm not entirely opposed. But I'll be waiting right here." And then he starts to slip on the bullywug skin suit.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead and give me like we'll say a sleight of hand to kind of pin this thing where it needs to be pinned here and there to pull off a bullywug skin suit, or maybe you're just wearing a bullywug skin blanket for now.
Glader's also gonna, still holding the dead bullywug, gonna walk back to where he left his giant heavy pack, and also heave that onto his shoulders.
That's a 13 sleight of hand.
Locris does have proficiency with a disguise kit. Would I be able to and Carrie's costume? Would I be able to assist him or give him an aid?
Yeah, go ahead and roll with advantage. Take another roll at that, Renwick.
Locris there with like a little pin and
Natty
needle.
19 for a 24. Thank you for the advantage.
Yeah, you for sure kind of see where Renwick's kind of crimping and clipping his stuff, and you kind of like roll your eyes, like amateur, and you pull your shit out of your pack, and a couple of bobby pins and a clip and a cramp later. He's got I don't know, looks almost like a kid in a Halloween costume, very terrifying, somewhat bloody. Stitched up.
It just looks like a bullywug swallowed a halfling whole. But
I feel like it fits kind of, but it's like a little kid with like a long sleeve shirt that just the sleeves are too long. It like flops over at the end.
I feel like he cinches the skin suit up and it gets all situated, and then he like puts his rapier away and his dagger and everything, and then he picks up one of the spears and he just looks at the group and he just goes, "Whoop."
How loud do you wub?
Oh no, like stage, like what is it? Stage yell or whatever. Yeah, stage whisper.
Okay.
Like he's not gonna like yell wub.
You're not hollering some mating calls down this hallway or anything.
Yeah, I am not trying to play them the song of their people.
Okay, great. Okay. So Gladiator, you kind of start getting your gear together. The two of you guys kind of make a bullywug suit. Logus and Blade, what are you guys doing?
I don't know what kind of role this would be or if I could even do it. So you said that these bullywugs were wearing leather armor?
It's not leather, it's more like hide. Like it's very crudely made. They're clearly just wearing like hides that they have stitched together. It's not even really leather. It's not well crafted.
All right, that's exactly what I'm looking for. I guess would it be possible for me to make a roll to maybe like cut a piece of their leather off? I'm only looking for like almost like a hand size like cut of it, just a small cut of leather or hide. Excuse me.
Yeah, absolutely. You could take a good chunk of hide out of there. Your friends just straight skinned the bullywug. At least you're taking their armor. It's a little more reasonable. Though you do find when you're kind of going through it, some of the hides that they wear are other bullywug hides. So infighting maybe, or territorial disputes. I don't know.
I guess I'll relay that information to the group and just kind of be like, "Well, guys, I think they're attacking more than just us." And kind of pull up the bullywug hide and kind of show it to the group and maybe just kind of pocket it.
All right. And Logus, what are you doing while your party is going through this business?
Can I maybe like investigate the traps to see if like I can see the direction they came from? Not too far, just to see if there was like they continued from down the tunnel or did they come from a line and wait?
Give me a survival check.
I messed that up, but that would still be 12 plus 6 for another 18 with disadvantage.
You would know that, from hunting a few bullywugs back in your homeland, that they tend to be opportunists. It's likely that because of their ability to swamp camouflage and they have the hop movement, the difficult terrain isn't really slow them down much, and so they would, they have been known to, set traps for travelers or and whatnot, other prey, to ambush, and usually they're pretty carnivorous. They've been known to eat humanoids, even other bullywogs and stuff. So, yeah, they're definitely like ambush predators, and they more kind of just slinked across the mud. And it looks like they've been laying in wait for some time.
Well, guys, it looks like they were setting up an ambush for somebody, but it doesn't look like the terrain will slow them down like it does us. So I suggest that we get moving one way or another before we get set upon and we can't run.
Blade's gonna kind of nod at this and flip up his the hood of his cloak of Elvenkind over his head.
Renwick just looks at Logus and goes wub and starts kind of like trudging off in the direction we came.
Okay, so
Also,
go ahead.
I'd recommend, I recommend not saying that because it could be considered a cry for help or something. You have no idea what you're saying.
That's fair. I mean, he's not yelling it. Like he knows he needs to be relatively quiet, so
Okay,
he's just trying to blend in.
Okay. So what's the plan? The party's heading back to town. Does anybody want to do anything else before we leave this pile of butchered bullywogs?
So the journey to where we are now from where we entered was a good part of a day.
Yes, like you're only a couple hours from dusk at this point. Hence the exhaustion check. A full day of travel through difficult terrain warrants, the party to have an exhaustion check, and you'll likely get another should you not rest. You'll at least have to do another Constitution saving throw.
I mean, if anybody wants to stealth ahead just to get a look, that's cool. But I have 6 health and no way to heal, so like I literally can't do anything but turn back.
I would stealth, but I literally have disadvantage on stealth checks, and that's a recipe for disaster.
Yeah, I have a +5, and like maybe if Sean's feeling gracious because I'm wearing a skin suit, I have a bonus or something. But I literally am 1 hit away from being unconscious again.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I've only got 8 health, but I mean I do have a high stealth and I do have advantage with the cloak. It's just I'm kind of torn because we're kind of Gladiator can smell the outside. But I don't know what that means. I mean, we could just be facing a bullywug camp and not even know it.
Well, Renwick will look over at oh my god, why am I forgetting names? I am so sorry. Locris, and he'll be like, well, you're looking like you're in pretty good health. Did you want to take a look before we head back?
Yeah, I could take a quick look up.
Hey, DM, while he's going up and we're kind of standing still, could I like start packing mud and start hiding some of these bodies under mud?
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of muck. It's not hard. I won't make you roll for it, but it just takes a little bit of time.
What's that, a group?
Chris, go ahead and roll me both a stealth and a perception check if you're gonna creep ahead.
All right, let's start with stealth, so we know if I'm even quiet doing this. Sorry, I'm being quiet. Let's see if I can even see shit. You said perception or investigation?
Whichever you choose. Whichever's better for you.
All right, the investigation. But not with that roll. I ain't seeing shit, but I'm doing it quietly.
So yeah, you kind of, the nat one, you don't see a whole lot, but what you do, it's kind of fitting almost. Like as you kind of look ahead, you hear the sound of rushing water, like greatly intensify for sure. But up ahead, there's kind of it's like a beam of light. It looks like some sunshine is shining in from somewhere up ahead, and you can't really see so much of the cavern at this point, unless you want to maybe move a little farther in. But right, you do come to the mouth of a limestone cavern. You haven't entered it, and you can definitely, there's some light shining in. You can't really tell what's inside. It's still pretty dark. But you do notice one thing, even with your nat one. The mucky tunnel becomes a slightly elevated and becomes limestone. So just up ahead, it's no longer difficult terrain.
All right, I'll back up to the others and I tell them. So we get out of this muck a little ways up. There's a cavern with a light, but I didn't go too far in. Might at the very least be a good spot for a short rest. Maybe give you guys time to feel a little bit better before we move on. If we want to take a little bit more of an investigation.
Well, I think that'd be fine if we took a short rest and I could bandage some of these wounds up a little bit. We could probably peek ahead a little bit further, but we're really rolling the dice there. It's a bit of a gamble. We don't have a good way to heal, and we're quite a ways away from the nearest help. So if anybody goes down again, it could be the last time they get back up.
Yeah, I'm a little tapped out on spells at the moment. Kind of used up a decent amount of my abilities when we were trying to fight off these things the first round. I'm not sure if I'll be able to pick anyone back up. If anyone else goes.
I did hear more water, but I didn't hear any more croaking. So I'd say it's a good spot to at least regroup, and I think at least one of us should push on just a little bit further, kind of take a quick look through, and who knows, maybe this was just a camping spot for them, and they're came from miles away just to get out of the sun.
Well, I mean, if you'd like, we could probably move to the limestone and take a short rest while you take a peek ahead. And those of us that are hurt could heal up a little bit as you're looking ahead. And if you don't see anything promising, then we turn back around, and at least we're a little less worse for wear.
Yeah, let's
Blade,
do that.
Sean, are we in a place where, like, how close was that limestone? Are we like near-ish?
You're, he only went. I mean, your line of vision is kind of limited by, your light sources, but he only went about 80, maybe 90 feet more down the tunnel. So you're pretty close. It's likely if the Bullywugs had allies there, they would have heard the combat and possibly came to aid. So it's
Okay. Yeah, if you guys are good, let's do that. We can get to the limestone. We'll take a short rest and another look ahead, and we'll make a call then.
just throwing it out there. I mean, with my cloak, I do have advantage on stealth checks, so I can also run up ahead as well.
okay. Give me both a stealth and a perception check.
Hey, DM, while he does that, does a short rest doesn't take away exhaustion, right?
Only a long rest takes away exhaustion, but you on a short rest you can roll, up to your level's worth of your hit die and regain that many hit points.
Will, your Song of Rest, what hit die does that add to everybody's thing during a short rest? Because we all should get a bonus from that.
Would be 1d6.
Okay, so we get 1d8 plus 1d6 plus whatever your bonus is. Sweet.
So what were those rolls, Will? How's that stealth
Sorry,
and perception?
so when I'm rolling it in chat, what's the what's the modifier when you're doing with a advantage? Or is it just
I do just the normal die roll plus your thing, and then I just type the ADV. The first 3 letters of advantage. I just type ADV space ADV, and then it rolls with advantage for you. Same with disadvantage. It's space DIS.
so 25 on stealth?
Just become one with the fucking shadows. Whoosh.
And perception. Oh, sweet Jesus, please. Where's my perception? Oh, +2. 12.
Okay, so a not crit fail. That's a good. You guys are moving on up. I like it. So you see in front of you a large underground cavern. The sound of water can be heard from somewhere within, and then a single beam of sunlight pierces through the cavern from somewhere high above on the opposite side. You see that the mucky floor kind of turns to a limestone floor, and it's not so difficult to travel. You do see that up ahead there is a great gash in a wall, and out of which seems to just be flowing like thousands upon thousands of gallons of water. And it flows right out of this gash, almost kind of like a waterfall. It falls a few feet, down the rock that it's into the ground. But instead of hitting the ground and rushing forward, kind of going towards the area that you're coming from, the lake, the river, it looks like a big crack, like a big hole has formed right where the water leaves the wall and hits the once riverbed. Well, this particular spot in the riverbed looks to now be like a big crack, a big hole, and the water is just spilling through it, going, hundreds, maybe thousands of feet down into the darkness. As your eyes kind of adjust, you do see a small trail leading around this boulder that's gushing the water, and the small trail looks to lead up towards the source of light, the beam of light coming through, which you can assume is daylight. And aside from that, it's kind of a sealed cavern. There are no other entrances or exits aside from the way you have gone and the apparent flicker of sunlight up ahead.
Okay. Can I make if this makes sense, do another kind of like perception check just to make sure that there's kind of clear of enemies? Or
I will let you make another perception check if you enter the room.
Did you say that boulder? Did it look like the? Sorry, I'm having a hard time picturing like how the water's flowing. The water's flowing and then going into a large gash, and there's a boulder nearby.
So picture like a stone wall that's kind of a mixture of several different large boulders, and somehow, some way through this like a large kind of natural hole, it looks like in the center of this tall stone wall, a powerful gushing flowing water kind of crashes out, and it instead of hitting the floor, it looks like if there wasn't a hole right underneath this water source, like it would flow down into the mucky muck that you guys were currently in. However, instead flowing out of this water, it's essentially like an underground waterfall. Picture that. It's like halfway up this stone wall is a large hole that's just pushing out a bunch of water, crashing down to the ground. And instead of crashing to the ground and flowing as it did once as a river, there is now a giant hole at the bottom of this waterfall, and the water just continues to crash downward into the darkness. You're not sure where it goes.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Right, and so I mean, he kind of conveyed to the party that it's not too dangerous. But if you want to actually give me another stealth check and another perception check as you enter, Will, we could do that.
You know what? Fuck it. Let's do it. I'll go in.
All right.
Do we all move up to the safe spot before he walks in?
Say that again.
After that,
So should we all move up to the safe spot before he walks in?
after the short rest, Renwick's good to go, and so like depending on how that works out timing wise, like if Blade goes up, sees that, comes back, grabs the group after a short rest, and then we all move up, I'm good with that.
I don't think we can get a short rest because we're in difficult terrain still.
No, we
So-
move to the limestone.
The limestone
then-
is what he's looking at, though.
In order
The
to
lime-
gain the short rest, you have to enter the limestone cavern.
Yeah.
Oh, gotcha. I thought
So-
the limestone
so
was
far-
like before
so
he
far-
got to the cavern.
Will came in, and even with your subpar, great stealth, subpar perception, you notice that the room is in fact empty. And what you do find is it looks like there's a small fireplace, or at least a ring of stones that contains soot. So maybe this was a campsite at one time, but just that's all you get with an 8 anyway. But yeah, the room is unoccupied.
All right. I guess I'm just gonna kind of. Well, I mean, I guess they can't really. Can they? They can't even really see me, can they?
You could holler to them. You know, they're kind of. We're waiting on you to relay this what you have found to the party. I guess nobody's said about anything about entering the room just yet, except you.
Okay. And did the rest of the group move up to kind of like just before the room, or are
I
they still
assume
way
they're
back?
they're waiting eagerly for a response from you.
Okay. I'm just gonna, I guess, play it safe and just make my way back to the group and just tell them what I saw. That seemed that the coast is clear, and that there was it seemed like maybe like a small encampment, like a fireplace. Well, not encampment, but just like a fire pit with maybe with some soot in it, and describe the water coming out of the rock and down through the hole.
The trails that we're tracking, does it look like they come from that cavern?
Give me a survival check as you kind of enter this limestone cavern. You guys can all get your short rest in and stuff. You know, the room's unoccupied. There's the water's crashing down into this hole, but there's several feet on either side of it of firm limestone footing, as well as a small path that leads a little farther out, but it looks like it leads towards the hole of sunlight. The beam of sunlight that's piercing through the cavern,
I rolled 2 17s, and it's 23 total.
You tell like right away like how mucky everybody is upon like walking into this limestone cavern. It would be really hard for somebody to come from the riverbed or the old dry riverbed into this room and not leave footprints, even the frogs. And there's no sign of any other footprints except for you and the party. But you do see that this hole that has kind of naturally developed, it looks like, underneath this waterfall that used to be the riverhead. It doesn't look like it's a natural thing at all. There's lots of scrapes and scratches and like tool marks all along the side of this vast hole. And kind of as a ranger, you see things shift in nature. That hole might have started natural and been a lot smaller, but it has for sure had some man-made help in getting really, really big. That's not a natural hole. It's definitely man-made.
Well, it looks like we found the source of our water problem.
Well, suppose we should just take a short rest here. Then you all think we should head back to the village or continue on? And we might be able to find some further information about what's going on, or we can just keep on moving forward and find the rest of these bullywugs. I'm not sure if they're the ones that created this new hole here, widened it or what have you, but something caused this. Someone's trying to ruin the town. This doesn't look to be an accident.
Hey, dear, I'm spending, getting with my expertise in hunting animals and all that. Do I get the sense that these animals would have been intelligent enough to do something like this, the bullywugs?
Yeah, I mean, technically, they're definitely intelligent as far as like they have a hierarchy and culture and spoken language and things like that. But they are less evolved, we'll say. Like they're closer to caveman mentality than modern man mentality. There's very tribal stance taken against outsiders. They hunt together. They don't particularly care for other species of any kind, and in fact, as meat eaters, they tend to eat just about everything, including their own kind. So they're not shy about killing and eating just about anything. It's just I feel almost like a different skin on a goblin. If a goblin was half aquatic and had some jump skills, like it would be a bullywug. So yeah, sentient, but also leaning more towards the evil side of life.
Sorry, this is kind of a side note, maybe more for those that are using D&D Beyond, but when I do a short rest on there, it gives me like my hit die, but it says like total. It gives me like a total amount. So I guess how does that work?
So for each short rest, you can roll your level's worth of your hit die to recover. So what is your hit die? I forget. I'm having a brain fart as to your class. Bard. What's that? It's D6,
D8. It should be a D8. So
so 3 D8
Beyond, if you just click short rest, when that pops up, it should have like boxes you can check where it says like Bard hit die 1d8 plus 3 or whatever it is. Basically, every time you roll that 1d8, you just click a box. You should have 3 open boxes right now. And then don't forget that you have your Song of Rest. So you can technically roll up to 1d8 plus 1d6 plus whatever your bonus is 3 times.
Okay.
So as you guys kind of enter, take your short rest, and kind of enter this cavern, everybody go ahead and you can give me a perception check, maybe an investigation check, an insight check, something along those lines.
A 12 for Renwick. Perception?
$19 for Glader. Investigation. I feel like he's kind of like on edge too. He's not really slowing down too much.
Renwick, it really looks cool, but at the same time, your bullywug suit kind of hinders you a little bit from per se. The eye holes aren't just right. It's kind of maybe a size too big or something. But with that, you don't get anything extra that you haven't already perceived. Glader, what did you say that was an investigation check?
Yep.
So what did everybody else roll before I?
All
peel
for
that?
Blade.
His was the highest by far. It was
Okay.
all shit. 9, 12, 12.
So you discover later you discover bits of wooden debris, and tool markings left in the stone near the hole. The hole is definitely man-made and placed here on purpose, and there's a lot of evidence that suggests like not only were tools used, but maybe some kind of explosives or magic. Like somebody moved a lot of stone really fast, and that's not like the norm for, say, the average miner.
Because I really don't like the looks of this. I think this is a lot bigger than bullywugs. There's tool marks. Some of these scorch marks appear to be from explosives. Wood and debris around. I don't. I think this is much bigger than some traveling band of carnivorous frogs. I think someone's really truly trying to ruin my town, and I don't like the looks of this. I think we got to figure this out. Um,
With that, you also noticed near the fireplace that had been pointed out earlier. There is a couple of like old, rotten wooden barrels leaning up against the wall.
yeah, Glader would definitely be checking those out. Can I, take my sword and pop them open? Can you pry open the caps to these wooden barrels?
You pry it open. It comes off with all the ease in the world, and the barrels are in bad shape, but they do seem to still both be solid enough to hold a bit of water. There's two barrels of water. It looks like maybe it was packed. This would be how somebody would transport water, say for a long journey, or maybe to accommodate an animal or two with them. They also appear neglected, so they haven't been used in some time.
Can I take a look down the hole, see if I can try and determine how deep it is?
Give me a perception check.
Nope, it's a deep hole. 7.
You don't know how deep it goes. All you know is that you hear the water crashing around you, kind of splashing into the hole, but you don't hear the water hitting the bottom. You don't hear the echo of the water. There's a massively deep cavern, only a few feet of limestone beneath your feet.
Um, can Glader go towards the trail that is leading outside of this and just look around for any sort of tracks or any other signs of people or bullywogs?
Go ahead and give me like a survival check as you look for some tracks and head towards the beam of light creeping into the cavern.
That's a 17.
You do notice that as you kind of get to the mouth of the cavern, similar to the muck below, like it would be really, really hard to get from the desert sands into this limestone cavern without leaving a bit of a trail. And it does look like people have come and gone from this cave.
Interesting.
As you kind of approach the cavern or the light, you see like just up ahead. It looks like almost like a door-sized exit, and it looks like just on the other side of the exit, there's like a big scraggy bush, and a couple of boulders are positioned just right that it looks like it's kind of a hidden entrance almost. Like it's kind of you're not really that far away from Hotma, and you didn't know that this cave exists, and you can't be more than a day away from Hotma. Like a cavern with underwater access would be a fucking big deal in your community for sure. Like the shepherds would all know of it and share that information freely with each other. So this is kind of a new find for you and your village. As you kind of that's all you get unless you want to kind of creep out and peek into the desert.
Yeah, Glader would kind of look back down to the group and just like put a finger over his lips to tell him to keep quiet, but like wave him forward, and then like to kind of slowly peek out from around this bush and listening and looking to see if I see or hear any sort of encampment outside of the entrance.
Hey, DM, before we move on, do we get the sense that since nothing's happened here and it looks pretty empty, does this look like a safe enough spot for a long rest as well?
Give me a real quick insight check.
And just as a side note, like, would we be able to like collect any of the water, like if we had like a kind of like a skin hide to like collect water in?
Absolutely, the water will be easy to collect. It's a crashing waterfall crashing down into the hole. It's not like perfectly crashing into this big kind of crack of a hole that's been made here. It hits it's flapping along the sides and whatnot, and it's not hard to fill a canteen or a flask or a water skin or something. It would be quite easy.
Perfect. I guess I'll do that.
One.
A natty one. Well, that is particularly rough.
If you would allow me,
you don't particularly know how it works with people in long rests as well. Being an elf, you just kind of meditate. So as far as you know, this is a great place to rest. Yeah.
Renwick's going to fill his water skins while there's a giant stream of fresh water. If I'm not mistaken, I think I forgot to take the notes down. Glader brought the water skins back, right? Because you said that you had access to them.
So Tark actually, before you guys entered the well, provided everybody in the party with 2 full water skins. So everybody should have been gifted 2 water skins before they entered the well.
Okay, cool. I had 3 in my inventory, so that makes sense.
Gladiator, as you kind of peek around this bush, you give me a perception check. I'll give you the basic stuff no matter what, but we'll see how well you see out into the desert. So.
Before, does he get? I mean, do I see any tracks leading from that door?
You would have, Glader did find that it looks like it's been well used, like people coming and going. But you would also know, like as a ranger, that in the desert sands, one light breeze erases like most of the tracks. So, like as far as in the cave, definitely somebody has come and gone a few times, but the track kind of disappears as soon as it gets to the sand.
Would I be able to tell if they are the bullywug tracks or are they of a different type?
From your previous experience and your party kind of looked around, but it would be really hard for the bullywogs to get into this cavern covered in muck and not leave a trail. It doesn't look like the bullywogs have ever really entered this cavern. And considering that the mucky trail you guys walked down was once a flowing river, they probably weren't in that area for very long either. Yeah.
One of the water skins that Lucas fills, he's going to hit it with a ray of frost to make it a nice ice pack.
All right. Gladiator, what was your perception check as you peek out into the wilds?
It was only an 11.
Okay, so you peek around this big old scraggly bush, and you see it's not quite dusk, but it's getting there. You know, sun will start to set here in half hour, maybe an hour. And as you look out, you kind of gauge how far you are away from Hotma, and it took you the better part of a day to get to where you are now through the river tunnel. But with the bending and winding of the sands, you know, it'll probably take you about that time to get back to Hotma on the surface because it's not a straight shot like the river was. But you do notice on what has been a makeshift road, you know that the roads blow away and erode in the sands, you know. You do notice that approaching the direction of Hotma, off in the distance, is like some moving figures, and it looks like a caravan is heading in the direction of Hotma. As you kind of like follow this makeshift road, looking towards the direction of Hotma, you see a second caravan off in the distance. You know, just dark moving figures, but you see that they are leaving Hotma, and it is likely that both these caravans are traveling on the same road. And you can't tell who or what the caravans are. You can tell that the two of them are likely to meet kind of in the middle here, right around dusk, and that just happens to. The road is actually only a couple hundred yards away. Where these two parties are likely to meet is not far from the cave you guys are hiding in.
Yeah, I kind of just, like I said before, like leading them upwards towards, and then just point out these two caravans. Like, not sure who these are, but we might want to stick close by. I mean, we're not. It's almost nighttime, and not sure if you all really want to travel in the desert at night, heading back to Hot Moss. So, I mean, we might as well take our rest here. And I don't know. These caravans, we might just want to keep an eye on them, especially with what's going on with this well. I don't know, I just got a weird feeling that this could be bad news. You all are welcome to head back if you like, but I think I'm gonna stick around here and just keep an eye on things for tonight.
Well, there's no point in splitting up, Brandon. And plus, I'm pretty beat. A trip back will more than likely be very exhausting.
Yeah, and after you guys kind of hang out in this cavern a bit, you can find the old broken tool heads and handles and things laying around, and the barrels of water, and the wee little like fireplace that was set up. It's pretty apparent that whoever did the work to excavate the hole, enlarge the hole to take the water, was likely a small crew of individuals, and they were likely camping inside the cave, you know, for refuge. So it is not a bad spot at all to take a long rest.
So am I able to kind of, from looking at these caravans from a distance, like kind of gauge like an estimated amount of time it would take them to meet in the middle?
They should be meeting about the time the sun starts to go down. So they've got a half an hour, maybe an hour, depending on their pace. But yeah, they are likely to meet only on the road, only a couple hundred yards from your location.
All right. Are there any other than this one bush that was blocking the entrance? Is there any sort of like shrubbery or
There's a few, there's a few cactuses and desert shrubs in this neck of the woods, but what mostly guards it is it's kind of well hidden by a couple of boulders, and it looks like a sand dune has like blown over the top of this small cave. With the bush and the couple of boulders, you kind of have like an elevated position on the actual road, so you'd be looking down, you know, you know, to where their camp would be or where they would meet at. So you kind of get a real good view of the area, but from the angle that they are at, there's it's all but impossible to spot this cave from the road, essentially.
All right. Yeah, I think Glider would kind of just sit down next to this shrub and bouldery area and just keep an eye on the road and just I guess kind of wait till the two caravans get to look where where they're about to meet before he starts to like head down and get into it.
Okay, yeah. So you have some time before they catch up and meet. So what is the plan of the party? Are you guys gonna set up camp here, or you wait to see what's up with the caravans? What's the rest of everybody doing?
Well, I feel like the caravans are going to be a lot more welcoming than these bullywugs. So, if anything, we could always go see if we could maybe meet up with these caravans, see if they can at least bring word to the town, and we could turn back around and camp in this cave and see if we can't patch this hole up. Kind of two birds, one stone.
As long as the caravans are friendly.
I mean, I think it's pretty clear that this work was done by humans or some type of intelligent humanoid. I mean, what's to say that those caravans, or at least one of them, isn't the culprits of this job here?
Oh, that's fair. I mean, I guess we could tell Tark directly, but we're about a day's travel, or at least a half a day's travel away. So if we're gonna go meet the caravans, we've got to do it now. And if not, we can take a long rest, see what we can do before we head back to the town, and then go inform them of what we found and see if we can't get a crew down here to patch this hole.
My counter argue would be maybe it doesn't hurt to sit up top and maybe keep an eye on the caravans and see what they do. If they keep on going, then we know that there are maybe they're not anything, but if they meet in the middle, it might be a job. Maybe he had one messing in the town, one was hidden from this cave. I mean, maybe they're about to meet or something.
Well, why don't we set up a watch while we rest? And we can just keep eyes on them as everybody rests, and we'll conserve a little bit of time rather than everybody just sleeping at the same time.
Damn. Oh, never mind. Never mind. Sorry. Yeah, I think. Yeah, I think we should form a watch and wait for them to get close and kind of figure out who they are, see if they know anything about this cave, and then best case scenario, they're just traders, and we have them send word to Hatma.
True, and I'm sure we could probably get some intel from some of the folk at Hotma as well on what their business was here.
Well, do we want to stay in the dark or do we want to start a fire in that old campsite?
Uh, hmm.
I'm only asking for the people that can't see, like our halfling friend here. I feel at home in the dark,
Well,
but
if
I
you
want
guys
everyone
are,
else to be comfortable.
Renwick will peel open the bullywug mouth so you see his face, and he's just like, well, if I'm being honest, I can't see a damn thing. So as long as you guys are looking, or keeping a lookout, then the only thing I want to see is the back of my eyelids. And he'll just kind of start like trying to find a nice, like, cozy spot against the wall to kick back.
Did we see any other exits other than the trail and the new hole in the floor? Was there like just coming from the well and then it's an enclosed cavern with one trail leading out?
Right. You followed the old riverbed cavern to this cavern, and then aside from like the crack that the rushing water's coming out of and then flowing into on the floor, the only other visible exit is the one with the beam of sunlight, the entrance to this cave to the outside, or exit, I guess. And it's got a little, some foliage, some brush, a couple of boulders nearby, and it is an elevated position, kind of halfway up or so of a massive sand dune. So.
All right, well, why don't you boys get some rest, and I'll take first watch out here and wait on these caravans to cross paths, and I'll wake you up once we're getting close. Can't imagine we're gonna get a full night's rest before they meet, but you can relax for a little bit. Then when they get close, we'll see what's going on, and then after that, we can maybe get a full night's sleep.
So as you're kind of posted up, who's taking the first watch? And yeah, go ahead and tell me how you guys kind of proceed from here. The sun is set, and the two caravans should be meeting on the road at any moment.
Well, we need people with with high perception at this point so we can see what's happening.
Well, I said I was gonna take first watch. I didn't know if anyone was gonna join me. I mean, I was gonna plan on waking everyone up once they met, but
Blade will join. Just he'll stay hidden, with his cloak, of course, even though it's dark. But he'll keep close.
Okay. Well, if Blade and Glader are up top, I'll stay down low with Locris and Renwick and take my nap or do my meditations.
Right. 'Cause you could probably get 4 hours in, and then you'd be good for the other shifts as well. But go ahead and Blade and Gladiator, give me perception checks as you kind of look out over the meeting of these two caravans. Gladiator, you can make this one with advantage.
15 for Blade.
that was better than my 12.
12 with advantage.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So good thing you brought the elf. You kind of look out. It's a little difficult for you to make out individuals, but you can tell for sure that there's 3 wagons in each wagon train, pulled by like these kind of sand desert donkey type of mules. And one wagon train is followed by a large herd of goats, and it seems to be led by Brass Dragonborn. The other wagon train looks to be led by a plump-sized human, and it looks like at the head of the reins is also another Brass Dragonborn, kind of like leading the way. They meet on the road, and you're not really close enough to get any, of the conversation. That you could kind of maybe make out muffled talking, and it looks like the two leaders kind of come out and maybe have a conversation. And the fat man shakes hands with the leader of the Brass Dragonborn Shepherds, and it looks like they go about setting up a camp. They make like a little wagon circle with their wagons. They put a fire in the middle of it. As far as you could tell, they have agreed to camp together at the very least.
Okay, well, I'll immediately relay this info to Gladier. Seems a little suspicious.
Yeah, sorry, I just got a little bit of sand in my eyes. Kind of hard to see, it's constantly blowing through here. Uh,
I pat him on the back and say, "It's all right."
I mean, it seems peaceful enough right now. Maybe we should just continue to keep an eye on them, see if we can still squeeze a long rest and a full night's sleep out of this. But that just seems something we might want to keep an eye on. So then just keep continuing the watch. The next person just keeps an eye on them and alerts us if anything strange happens.
Yeah. So for the remainder of the first watch, nothing too exciting. The wagons are pulled up together, and they have like a good sized fire going in the middle, and you can't really make out what they're doing, but you can occasionally see fire figures, dark silhouettes moving around on the inside of their camp, and it looks like they're getting squared away. Looks like they're getting dug in for the night.
Hey DM, if you would allow me to retcon something real quick.
Sure. What's
I had
up?
a spell. I had a spell. One spell slot. Um, before I went and started my long rest, can I cast Goodberry? And
Oh yeah, for sure. Good berry's legit. That's a great spell. Yeah, you could burn that real quick, and then you have them for 24 hours, so you could kind of sleep and regain your spell slot. That's a good idea. Now you have a way to not die. At least stop death saving throws.
yeah, I thought about it. I was like, before your long rest, don't forget to do that. And I fucking forgot until right now. And I was looking over my stuff.
Okay, so who's second up on the watch? Gladier, Gladier, and Blade's watch is for the most part uneventful. Just kind of watch these travelers set up camp.
Do would we say the 4 hours have passed at this point?
Yeah, we'll break it down into three watches. We'll say 4 hours apiece. That way, everybody gets 8 hours. So,
Is there a watch where is there a watch where like daylight starts to break or sunrise or anything? Because Renwick is going to ask to take that one since he doesn't have dark vision.
Yeah, the last watch will be like it'll end at like dawn. Okay, so who's on the next watch?
I'll take it. And just for like story's sake, when they come to wake me up, um, since they both rely on dark vision, when they try to find me, they wouldn't be able to because if they rely on dark vision to see me, I'm invisible. So they're like, well, Logos, it's your turn. And they're talking to the wall on the wrong side or something.
What they thought was a stalactite gets up and walks towards the cave entrance or whatever. Yeah, go. Anybody on second watch, go ahead and give me a perception check.
16.
So, I mean, it's not really, you're watching the stars come out, it's kind of a peaceful night, and you notice that the fire gets a little bigger, and you're kind of checking it out as you watch this, fire kind of blaze in this ring of circles, and then you hear down amongst the crowd, or down amongst the camp, you're kind of looking out over a faint faint melodies kind of drift up from the camp, and you hear a burst of laughter and maybe a chink of broken glass. Like it sounds like they're having quite the fiesta down at this campsite. Lots of drinking. It would seem.
And also, like when I'm out there, like I wanted to find like the darkest part, like and just kind of start getting like used, making myself one with the darkness and just kind of feeling that
So it's definitely a kind
overtake
of a
me.
dark night, but it's also a full moon. So like really, um, the entire desert is kind of cast in this like low light, kind of like moonlight. So it's not anywhere really darker than another. But yeah, you could certainly like sit in the shadow of a boulder, from the moonlight and like kind of adjust to the darkness. Yeah. But aside from the laughter and carrying on, it looks like these guys kind of party hard into the night, and aside from that, your watch is pretty uneventful. So, who is coming up on third watch?
I would assume at this point the sun is starting to crack a little bit.
Well, the third watch would actually end at dawn. The idea between 3 4 hour watches is that it covers the 12 hours of darkness. So at the end of the third watch will be when you could just barely see the colors of the sun and the clouds and the horizon.
All right, well, I'll go back and wake up Renwick and Locris and be like, all right, fellas, looks like your turn, Locris. You're going to have to take the first part of the thing because it's still kind of dark out there, but Renwick can help out towards the end of the watch.
Yeah, that's not a problem.
Actually, I can stay out there, really. I've already taken the long rest, to be fair.
I mean, it's up to you guys. So anybody currently posting up at the cave head, go ahead and give me perception checks as you kind of just kind of watch this campsite.
Yeah, if you end up offering to stay out there with Locris, then Renwick's 100% just gonna like curl back up in his frog suit and keep sleeping.
Yeah, I'll be like, all right, I've already gotten all the rest I need, little guy. You go ahead and keep sleeping. And I'll turn to Locris and shall we go up and see what we see?
Let's do it.
So the two of you kind of post up around the cave mouth, watching this the wild party kind of eventually kind of winds down. It looks like the fire starts kind of burning a little lower, and people's the music slowly fades away, and it looks like the peoples are kind of heading into their wagons, and they're bedding down and stuff like that. Go ahead and both of you guys give me perception checks.
I rolled a natural one, so like as soon as I walk out and open the door, just a wind, a poof of dust hits my
That
eyes.
sand that hit Glader in the eye hits you in the eye too.
Look, there's got 18.
So it winds down. It's pretty mellow. You can tell that there's definitely they set up like a patrol down there. You can kind of tell occasionally walks around looking at some whatever, pulling guard duty it looks like. And it just kind of the fire smolders on. It's just kind of some glowing embers and whatnot. early, your shift kind of passes, and you can just kind of see the glow of the sun on the horizon, coming up. And then you hear a blood curdling scream and the sounds of clinking metal, and then the burst of men's laughter erupt from the campsite. And you hear struggling, people pleading, people begging, and they're only met with a robust and deep laughter.
Logos, keep an eye on them. I'm gonna go wake the others. Now run down and Blade, Renwick, wake up. There seems to be something at the camp. There's yelling and screaming. It sounds like people are being tortured or hurt down there. I think we need to go help.
Renwick wakes up from a dead sleep and he's like, "Oh God, not the frogs!" And then he takes a second, gathers his bearings, and he's like, "Wait, all right, let's go!" And grabs the spear and all his gear and starts doing his best to sprint.
Yeah, Glader's gonna get up as well. Shake the sleep out of his eyes and just look down to his pack and look back up at them and be like, "All right, I'll be up there in a minute. Just give me 2 seconds. I'll be right there. I promise." And then he's gonna start pulling. If anyone looks back and sees, he's starting to pull armor and stuff out of this giant heavy pack that he's been carrying around the whole time, and kind of donning it.
Oh, when Renwick sees that, he looks down at the frog suit and he's like, "Oh, that's probably not the best idea," and strips off the skin suit real quick and stuffs it in his bag.
Renwick, go ahead and give me a perception check.
That is an 8.
The frog suit is starting to get crunchy. It looks like maybe you need some lotion or something for it, but doesn't look like it'll be worth too much should it dry out. It looks like it's not long for this world.
Throw it down
That
the
seems
hole.
reasonable. He'll stuff it in the bag, but duly noted.
Okay, so what is the plan of the party? Obviously, this camp is unaware that you guys are out there, and it is just barely, not even quite dawn, but minutes, maybe seconds away.
So it's still dark at this point?
I would say between the full moon and the coming sun, it's low light. It's not like total darkness, but it is definitely low light across the desert at the moment.
Quick logistics question: how long does it take to don half plate armor?
10
Roughly?
minutes.
10 minutes?
10
Okay.
minutes.
Fair enough. Yeah. So Glader comes sprinting up 10 minutes later. Hopefully no one's dead yet. I just come sprinting out of the cavern wearing half plate armor. It's like this bright silver chest plate with gold trim, and then there's the tabard hanging around his waist. That the long piece of cloth in front of him between his legs has a bright golden sun embellished on it, and then he's also holding a very long, full shield, which is also silver with gold trim, with the same golden sun engraved on the center of the shield, and he's got his bright gold khopesh in hand as he sprints out and just kind of looks around at the rest of the group. Like, all right, are we doing this? What's going on? Do we got eyes
I'm
on?
gonna say that most of the party's passive perception is enough. It's really at this point you realize as Gladier's kind of donned this armor and taken up this kind of certain type of battle stance, I guess you could say. But you realize just now that Gladier is not in fact a brass dragon like the rest of Hotma. Gladier is in fact a gold dragonborn, and he hid it from you guys quite well. But donning his family armor has revealed that his scales are gold, not brass.
I think we're all too caught up in the moment to even notice right now.
So how does the party proceed? I assume you got a few minutes to, like, prepare or something if you guys are gonna go down there. But you at this point, once it's pointed out to you, the screaming kind of continues, and then it doesn't. It's replaced by the sound of laughter and the unmistakable sound of chains.
How far away are they from us?
The cave is a couple hundred yards away. So
Oh, okay. Well, guys, I think that we need to move up as stealthily as we can until we start getting closer. Or maybe move at a normal speed right now, and then when we start getting closer, start switching to a little stealthy pace. Or should we go stealthy from the get-go?
Would I know if there's a history of slavers or human trafficking in this area?
give me a history check.
Is this caravan, what direction from the cave would you say it is?
I would say, looking out the cave, you're on one side of the road and they're on the other, so you're kind of looking like eastish, I guess. But they're camped shortly off one side of the road, and you are 100 yards, 150 yards from the road itself.
Alright, I'm gonna look over and say, stealth doesn't work when Golden Boy here is gonna reflect that sunrise coming up over the horizon.
Renwick's gonna chime in and just be like, well, not to mention it sounds like these people need our help and they need it now, so it doesn't sound like stealth is really an option.
Yeah, I think we just gotta go. And he's just
Stealth
gonna
is always an option, gentlemen.
they're just gonna take off, not a full sprint, but kind of like a light jog down the hill. Because you said we were kind of elevated above this road, so he's gonna kind of take like a light jaunt, kind of moving, carefully moving his way down the hill so he doesn't like fucking tumble and fall down this giant sand dune. But he's gonna start making his way. Also, I rolled a 5 on the die for the history check, and I have a +0 to history because Glader's not intelligent.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to give you any of the extra, just the basic stuff you would know. That this is slavers are not common for the area. As far as you know, it's kind of been a couple of years since you've been to civilization, but the very rarely did the Dragonborn, take slaves. Even though they have kind of a very Game of Thrones relationship amongst their clans, they see servitude as kind of gross. It's not the norm for your culture.
Gotcha. Yeah, he's trying to take the jump. He's not full on
So-
dead sprinting, but he's definitely.
Gladier just kind of starts making his way towards this camp down the desert dune. What are you guys doing?
I would assume I'm a little quicker than him.
What's your movement?
Double check. Well, 35.
a little bit faster.
Just barely. Just barely.
I want to catch up to him and be like, we don't know what we're running into. Now's not the time to be brash and hot-headed. Maybe we get a little bit closer and allow me to check it out so we know exactly what we're running into, and I'm just kind of keeping pace with him.
He just kind of like a deep like growl, like a rumble in his chest, and he looks at you and just silent nod, just all right, fine. Just we can't let him. This sounds like it could be real bad. We can't let him hurt my people. Not again.
And I agree, but it wouldn't be beneficial to either party if we run in to something that is out of our league at the moment and we wind up getting captured with them. Just allow me to take a look and I will report back with anything I find.
You make a valid point, and Renwick will pull his crossbow out and like just load a bolt into it. He'll say like, "We'll hang back, but give us a signal if you need aid, and we'll be right behind you."
So since we jogged a little bit forward, how close are we roughly to? Because it was about 1 to 200 yards away at the start, then we moved forward. So kind of roughly, how close are we, DM?
I would say, let's see here. You can get pretty close to the camp comfortably. I'm not gonna make you roll stealth checks or anything, but you could safely get to the road without having to roll stealth checks like as a party. And on the other side of the road, the campsite is, I don't know, 30 or 40 feet off of the road into like this flat sandy area. So you could easily make it to the road without having to do any stealth checks to kind of like peek at these guys or do some recon, I guess.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, he
So
would just.
can we see anything from the road?
Go ahead and give me a couple perception checks.
The 16 for Locris.
Natty 1 for Glader. For a
11
total.
for
Man,
Logos.
that sand is just wicked today. Locris, you can tell that the one party seems to have turned on the other. It looks like what appeared to be maybe some merchants, or maybe that were under the guise of merchants, have captured all of the members of this nomadic brass dragonborn like caravan, and every last one of them is they're blindfolded, they're gagged, they have their hands bound behind their back, and each of them wears like a collar and foot shackles that are chained to each other, and the perpetrators, like the it looks to be a crew of humans and accompanied by several halflings, and it looks like they're loading the new freshly captured prisoners into the caravans, as well as kind of like a few of them go to like tearing through the caravan. They're like looting it essentially. A few of them go to kind of like herd the goats in getting them lined up for travel. It looks essentially like they're taking all their shit and their wagons and their goats and them. It looks like a thorough kidnapping / robbery of this whole caravan essentially.
Renwick, you're not at 5 HP. We took a long rest.
Yeah,
Also-
everybody should be full long rest
Oh,
and
yeah.
capitalize on their brand new level. So.
I don't think I had said that. I mean, I healed during the short rest, but then
I'm
also
sorry,
the long rest too.
Sorry, no, I was in the wrong chat.
Oh yeah, I dropped that a while ago. Like I'm totally like fully rested, good to go. We don't have much for healing, but I'm back to feeling sprightly.
Yeah, no, that was my bad. I was in the wrong group chat, and I just saw a message from you saying I'm at 6 HP. I was like, no, you got a long rest. Sorry. All right. Anyways, My bad. All right. So I'm totally thrown off now. Where were we? I threw myself off with my own antics.
That's okay. You've been blinded by sand for half the episode. No. You guys are kind of. I mean, the entire party really can creep up to this side of the road location and get a peek. But you've pretty much nailed down that these. Looks like this crew of it's a few humans and it looks to be mostly actually halflings, but they seem to be looting and raiding this caravan of these nomadic goat herders.
All right. Well, I guess we should, step on in. I can, try and cast a spell before we jump in there and see if we can make them a little bit easier to hit. Other than that, that's all I got, and I'm ready to fucking go. They're not going to take my friends.
Um, do I see a person in charge, like someone who's giving out commands?
You do. The fat man. One of the humans is plump, and he looks to be the ringleader of the whole situation.
So from the area I'm at, I have a range of 150 with my bow. I know we're on a road, but do I have a clear shot at him?
Him and all like the slavers are within this like ring of like wagons, so like you could potentially see him or move to where you can see him, but you don't really have a clear shot at him. He's looking maybe half, maybe 3/4 cover.
I want to move to where I can see him. Hold on.
Okay, give me a stealth check.
Question.
A 13. But I also have Mask of the Wild and I have that umbral sight. So I can hide when I'm lightly obscured, and if any of them rely on dark vision to see me, I'm invisible to them. But I rolled a 13.
Later is also sorry.
Go ahead.
So later can see the fat man leader, jackass.
You can hear him more than you can see him. There's like a lot of movement going on in this wagon ring, but you can see him like as he's kind of like going about his business. You do occasionally catch a glimpse of him. Yes.
Renwick is going to speak up and just be like, I'm not sure how you guys want to play this, but if you can create a distraction, perhaps I could sneak around and I could free some of the people that they've captured, and they could help us take down this other caravan. It's always best to have more hands. And he'll kind of like gesture to his belt with his thieves' tool.
How about this? How about I quickly throw on?
Okay, as you guys are talking,
Yes.
sorry, Logus, you're kind of creeping around into the darkness to get a better view. You do kind of move around to get a view of this guy. However, as you kind of get a view of him, one of the halflings kind of just pops out of a flap you didn't really know was there of one of these caravan wagons, and he spots you right on the money, and he rings a little bell in his pocket. Ding, 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 ding. You know, we got company, boys. Everybody roll initiative.
Is he within 60 feet of me?
Let's see.
Roughly?
60 feet puts you like 10, maybe 15 feet away from him. if you go barreling from the road into the circle of wagons. I'll snap a pic real quick for you guys.
With the new information, I was asking if sorry, I should have been more specific. If Logus is within 60 feet of me.
Yeah, he's let's see, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. He's 40 feet away from you, exactly.
Now it's totally up to you. Seeing that he got caught, could I use this as a reaction before we start initiative? Well, I didn't really say it, so probably not. I was just thinking of casting Shield of Faith on him, but that is up to you because he did get found. We're not technically in like a quote-unquote sneak attack, so I might not have had time to react. Especially, I also rolled shit.
I'll leave it up to the dice. Go ahead and roll a luck check. 1 through 10 is a negatory. 11 through 20 is affirmative.
All right. Oh, that's a no. That's a no.
Sorry, my man. Let me take this pic real quick.
Since
Sorry,
Renwick had said that, like, he loaded his crossbow and said that he had his back, would you allow me to also roll a luck check on that? Since I specifically said I was like watching out for him as he snuck up.
Sure.
I rolled a 3.
It's my time, boys.
Okay, one thing I will say, Locris, I have misplaced, or maybe my old lady borrowed the color I was using for your character. So you are in fact the black X on this map I'm about to drop. Okay, I can't find the color I was using for you previous, so you're now a black X for this combat.
Roger, Dodger.
The kind of teal X is the fat man, the one who appears to be the leader. And it looks like all of the captors have been pushed into these wagons. There's a small goat pen to the south of the ring that's made from like natural brush and things. They kind of just like, brought together. It's a real makeshift kind of like just to keep the herd together. But there is about 50 heads of goat in this little makeshift pen. And on the outside of the, we'll call them slavers' carriages, they built these wood posts to lash their donkeys to. And so that's kind of how the map is played out. But there's like a small makeshift road right in front of you guys. They have just spotted Logus. And what are you guys' initiatives? I'll call them out to me real quick.
Logus rolled a 26 initiative.
22 for Blade.
22 for Locris, but I have the lower dexterity modifier.
Fucking 11. I have a +8. I rolled another 3.
I have a +9 and rolled a 17.
Waiter rolled a 13. I was on mute.
Okay, so Renwick rolled what, and Gladier rolled what?
Renwick's an 11.
Waiter's 13. So Logus, Blade, Locris, Glader, Renwick.
Okay. Okay. So, no surprise, Logus, you are first. Even though they spotted you, you crushed that initiative. So you get to make the first call here. The black dots are the halflings. They look to have blades on their belts, and most of them are clad in leather armor. The teal dots are humans and seem to be clad similarly, but the X is the heavy-set fat man human. So anyway, you're up. What do? You can hear these people struggling and like moaning through these gags as they're kind of just being crammed into these carriages.
Well, I'm gonna stick with the original plan. Um, I'm gonna use my bonus action to cast Hunter's Mark on the leader,
Okay.
and then I am going to make my attacks against him, and I get to use my Dread Ambusher since I go first.
What's Dread Ambusher do?
At the start of your first turn of combat, your walking speed increases by 10 feet, which lasts until the end of that turn. If you take the attack action on that turn, you can make an additional weapon attack as part of that action, dealing an extra 1d8 of the weapon's damage type on a hit.
All right, give me some attack rolls.
First one is a 21 to hit.
That's hit. That will hit. And who are you targeting again, by the way?
The X, the leader, the
leader.
guy I originally was
Okay,
going after.
for sure, 21 hits.
I'll roll for the second attack just so we can. Dog shit. I rolled a 14.
Both of those hit actually.
Wow. All right. Roll some damage. Roll 8 plus 6 is 14. And then plus another 6 is 20. And 26 points of piercing damage from 2 arrows that just.
Oh yeah, you bury a couple of arrows into this guy, and he is in rough shape. Both of them stick, and you put 2 of them right in his chest. Like he was unaware of your presence, and now he's like choking on his own blood at the moment. Like you put it on him pretty good.
So since I have technically 45 feet of movement, can I move since they know where I'm at? Maybe somewhere. Is there like any dark spots that I can see that maybe I can slink back into?
Go ahead and give me like a. You can give me like a stealth check to see if you can just kind of hide yourself away.
Oh my gosh, I rolled a natural 20 plus 7 for a total of 27.
Okay, yeah, you managed to step into like a little craggy, like bushy area, kind of break visual from the crowd for the moment, but it's only like I don't know, 15 or so feet south from where you were before.
So I'd like to think like at this point I'm thinking, all right, do what Dad told you. He always said, take and move. I need to find a dark spot. I'm just kind of talking through my head, and I need to get away so they don't know where I'm at. And just slink into a dark spot and just hold for now. And
Okay.
I know my head.
All right, moving on down the initiative order then. We are looking at Blade. You are up.
All right. Um, I guess it's up to you. I would have assumed that I would have left my cloak up as we were kind of coming down to this road.
Yeah, for sure.
So I guess I just kind of want to move in. I'm sorry, which color was I again?
You're kind of as far as the map sits, you are aside from Logus, who is the dark blue, you are the next dot up on that side of the road. So it's kind of like a pinkish teal. I don't know. They all lied to me. Some of these colors say they're like red and green and blue, but they're not really. They're like teal and orange and stuff.
Okay, so I'm like the more kind of salmon pinky one.
The
Correct.
bottom of the group of three.
Right. Yes.
Correct.
I guess.
Each square is 5 feet or represents 5 feet. So.
Okay, I guess I kind of want to maybe just for now, maybe move like 15, actually maybe like if I could like 20 feet, like just kind of across the road.
Okay.
Without them seeing me.
Without them seeing you, go ahead and make a stealth check. So moving you 20 feet gets you 10 feet on the other side of the road. Is that about where you're looking to be?
Yeah, I'm looking to just kind of be on the outside where I can kind of keep line of sight with everyone, and but not be in the thick of it.
Okay. What was your stealth check?
Maybe 15.
Okay. So you kind of creep up to your across the road towards this like camp. What do you want to do from there?
Can I make a perception check, just to kind of see with these where the Dragonborn are being held, to see kind of like what's keeping them held, if they're like locked in, or if it's kind of what the situation is with the locks.
So essentially, they are all bound and gagged with like and blindfolded with like cloth materials, but they are all also connected via like a chain gang type of situation. They all have like an iron collar and iron anklets that are connected via a chain, and all of their chains is connected to like one master chain.
Gotcha.
But
So
they
they're
are
not, like,
essentially
extra-
both like grappled and restrained. You know, they have been blindfolded. They can't really move. They've got their hands tied behind their backs, and they're chained together. So they're essentially immobile.
Okay. I guess. Man, it sounds kind of boring, but I think that's all I'm going to do for now. I'm just going to kind of stay put.
Okay, yeah, for sure. We're moving on down. Then that will be moving from Blade to Locris. You are up. You've got a couple of sneaky comrades, kind of slowly stalking their way towards their future prey. And what do you do?
All right, I'm going to run forward my full 30 feet.
Okay, where are you going?
Pretty much straight up. Slight angle to that gap between the two carts, kind of northwest.
Okay, wait. So you're at the top of the map on the opposite side of the road. You want to shoot for
Yes.
like the first gap, kind of between the.
About about 11 o'clock of that circle.
Okay, cool. Yep. All right. So you want to shoot for that gap with your 30 feet.
I mean, I'm not going to get there because I'm further than that.
Yeah, I mean, you get about halfway there from where you are now. In 30 feet, you get about halfway there.
But running up, I'll have my shield and my morning star in my hand. And as I can, where are the prisoners at in relation to Heavyset coming?
So all of the prisoners have been loaded up on the three northernmost carriages. Like they're all kind of under lock and key, already in the carriages. The 3 southern carriages are like the nomads' carriages, and the halflings seem to be like looting it before you guys are there.
Okay, so this square right by the fire, between the fire pit and the fat guy, I
Okay.
am going to center a shatter spell right there. So it should get him, the 2 baddies next to him, but still be far enough away from the cart to not hit it because it's a 10-foot radius.
Okay, so what do you need from me for shatter?
I need, what is it? Constitution saving throws DC 15.
All right, I only get a 1, and it's a radius to affect 3 guys.
Yes.
Okay.
So it's got a 10-foot radius, so if I center it there, it should hit. Well, no, it'll hit the fat guy and the 1 to at the 12 o'clock mark.
Oh, okay, sounds good. A couple of con saves. One is a nat 19, the other's a nat 16. They get a +1, so we got a dirty 20 and a 17. So do they just take half damage or something?
Yeah.
And what would
So
that be?
6 damage each.
All right. Let's see what we got down here. Yeah, the fat guy is like down on one knee, gasping for breath, but he is still alive, but barely. If he had failed that, he probably would have died. And all right, yeah. So tell me how this transpires. How does your magic crack off? What does a shatter spell look like to you?
So I was running up, since it is new, he just gets an idea in his head. He doesn't know why it's there, but he just looks at Spot there, holding out kind of the crystal in his shield arm, and just says boom. And all of a sudden, there's an eruption as a sound wave just bursts forth from that spot. So you even see the flames kind of fly back a little from there.
Nice. All right. Anything else to your turn?
No, that will do it for this round.
Okay. Now we are moving down to the. Oh, it's my turn. Very nice. Okay, so let me make a couple rolls for perception here. All right. So let's see. Okay, so a lot of movement. I'll definitely send you guys a new paddle map here in just a second. So let's see. They are going to crack off with a these little halflings. All pull bows, and they let her rip. Let's see. We're gonna send. Let me do another roll here for stealth on. Man, I'm rolling real bad perception on this. Only one of these halfling rogues kind of perceives you will. And he does fire a round off at you. I imagine a 7 is going to miss. But for the most part, they only see the people who did not stealth. So I'm going to get a bow shot off at a couple at Locris, a couple at Renwick. Are you stealthing at this moment? I don't think I had you roll a stealth check yet, and a couple at Gladier as well. Damn.
I would have been stealthing because I was basically doing Overwatch for Logus as he moved up. So if you want me to roll a stealth just to see where I landed when
Yeah, give me.
he was discovered.
I've already rolled a few like perception checks to detect the stealthing. So you need to roll. You don't have to roll great, but you definitely need to roll good.
+5, natty 19, 24.
Okay, good. Yeah, let me redirect a few attacks here. So, all right. Locris does a 17 hit. I got a 17 and a 19. Those hit.
17 misses. Do I get partial coverage from the wagon from whoever's shooting bait, or did they all?
I will send you. I'll send you an updated pic, but essentially, most of the halfling thugs have moved. They have all taken 30 feet or so of movement. So you'll see. But essentially, most of them file out onto it will be like the 9 o'clock region. Most of them are concentrating in that area. So.
Okay. 18 or 17 misses, 19 hits.
Okay, you take 4 piercing damage. Gladier, that's a 4, so that's a miss. 14, 17 hit, Gladier.
Just hits.
Oh, you lucky dog! I roll garbage. Three piercing damage. You're gonna take another one, Gladier. That one's 5. 5 piercing damage. So they kind of move up, and a lot of them miss. Actually, firing these bows doesn't look like maybe they're not as proficient as they should be. A lot of arrows crash into the sand around you guys, but a few find their mark. I will send an updated battle map because there was quite a bit of movement. So let me snap another pic real quick. But we are moving to Gladier. It is your shot.
All right, so seeing as he just got hit by a couple arrows, he's wearing half plate armor, so I imagine he probably got like hit in like the hip area or maybe like the legs, but he just kind of like wasn't too much damage, so he just like a deep rumbling growl as he just glares at the halflings and just yanks one of the arrows out and tosses it on the ground. And then he's going to take some movement. Oh yeah. He is going to run up to the closest halfling, so they're more of like the 7 o'clock position, like the one furthest out from
The one closest towards Logos. Like, are you running
Yeah.
straight? Are you running straight down, or are you running to the other side of Will?
over to the other side of Will. So the one that's kind of like furthest out from the wagons. And like
Sorry, my
like
dog's
just
barking. Yeah, it's only like 20 feet.
yeah, like just south of Will, like 15 feet, and then to the right 10 feet. That one. And then I'm just going to kind of just like sprint forward and then just take a wide, like overhand sweeping arc with my Kopesh and take a slash at him. And
Okay, give me an attack roll.
the hits. It's a 19 to hit.
Oh, that hits. Go ahead and roll some damage.
1d8 plus 5. No, it's 7 damage. And
Okay.
then I'm gonna turn and Where's everyone at? Yeah, seeing just taking that wide, like sweeping arc across the chest of this halfling, and then I'm gonna like kind of keep the momentum going and like turn right towards Blade, and then just hold my hand out, and just like a bright, sparkling energy emits from my hands, and just kind of zaps towards Blade, and then you see this kind of like yellow glowing energy around him before it kind of fades. And I'm gonna cast Shield of Faith as a bonus action. So Blade for the next up to 10 minutes, it's a concentration spell. So I guess if I take damage, I have to roll a check. But for the next 10 minutes, you have a +2 to your AC. Blade.
Nice, thank you.
And then that will be my turn.
Okay, coming up next will be Renwick.
Oh boy. Here we go. Let's see. So I am right by Gladier. Did Gladier move? Or
I moved.
Gladier is
Okay.
now engaging enemies on the other side of Will.
all right, cool. Just making sure. And then Fat Man is still alive up in the north, right? But he's looking pretty
Barely.
worse for wear.
He's looking rough.
Okay. Perfect. He looks like he is about 30 feet from me.
The black X is actually Locris. The blue X is the Fat Man.
Oh, gotcha. Sorry, I was looking at that weird.
I mean, you can
All right.
make an attack roll on Locris if you want. It's not a very party member thing for you to do, but I mean, I'll let you.
Renwick takes a glance over and says, "Not now. Now's not the time." And then he locks in on the Fat Man instead of Locris, and he's just gonna take a shot with his crossbow. But since I rolled that stealth check, it should technically be sneak attack damage if it hits. So
Okay, I'm gonna say you're firing through like the ring of wagons, so he's gonna get at least like half cover.
I will shift if I can get like a clear line of sight. I'll use whatever movement I have to do so.
Okay, yeah, if you will shift, maybe 10, 15 feet where you're just like maybe 5 feet on the other side of the road at kind of an angle, you can for sure get line of sight.
Okay, perfect. So I will get line of sight. And oh motherfucker, I just closed my character sheet by accident. Pardon me. All right, +7 to hit. Here we go. 15.
15 hits for sure.
Perfect. 1d8 +5. So 9 damage, and then sneak attack damage should, I believe, be 2d6 at this level.
I think it's literally impossible for you not to drop this guy. So tell me how this ranged attack takes this Fat Man down.
Yeah, so I imagine like the first 2 arrows from Logus just boom boom like hit the dude straight in the chest. And then Renwick sees like shit's popping off, and then he just shifts over a little bit with the crossbow. Nobody sees him. He kind of pops up, and you see like I picture like the camera's following the bolt slow motion, and it just sinks right in between his eyes, and his head kicks back, and he just falls over with a giant thud. And Renwick will just kind of like to himself, and then if I could use the remainder of my movement and my bonus action to try to hide, I am technically able to hide behind any creature that is medium or larger. So if I could basically just like use one of my party members' bodies to distort the line of vision.
You're pretty close to Locris.
Okay,
so,
I will shift over to him and
okay, cool.
I guess roll a stealth.
Yeah, go ahead and give me a stealth check.
17 for a 22.
Very nice. All right.
Fuck yeah, and that's my turn.
Okay, now we're going to the bottom here. Give me just a second. Okay, so pretty clearly perturbed about the loss of their leader here. Some of their fellow humans, they don't. They're not pleased. They lock on to who they can see. There's a little bit of movement. Let me update this. They move just a bit. One guy takes a step one way, the other another. Kind of get lined up, but they are a little more tactical than the kind of brute-looking halflings, and all three blast in the direction of the arrows that slew their master. But looking out, they only see Locris. So Locris, three of these guys cock their crossbows and unleash bolts. One's a 5, but then the 13 and a 19, which becomes, give me just a second, a 15 and a 21.
Only the 21 hits.
Okay, give me just a second. Oh, nice. 4 total piercing damage to you. So once again, a couple of bolts come whizzing by, land in the sand. One seems to find its mark. However, as a bonus action, you see that these 3 humans all pull out from underneath a cloak lutes, and 3 of them strum a chord in tandem, and you see that this it was almost like a metal riff that these guys are kind of making with their music, and it rushes towards like an unseen force just rushes across the sand, erupting from this music, and it rushes towards the fray around Gladir that is slowly erupting. And while excuse me, and while not everybody seems to be pumped about this music, some of them definitely seem kind of affected. And in tandem, in trio, they kind of belt out along this sick metal riff that kind of just rips across the sand towards their allies. They rip in tandem. Do not fear, do not tire. Hear my voice and feel inspired. And you see that while not all the halflings react to this, some of them do. You see eyes widen, pupils dilate, more smooth, deliberate actions to their movements. And then we're going to go to the top of the round. We are back to Logos. You are up.
Logos.
My bad, I didn't hear it. I was yelling at my damn dogs. Okay. Okay, I'm trying to find the last battle map. That's the most recent battle map, right? The one that's right above. Leader. Would I have seen that the leader is dead?
Yeah, I imagine even though you're stealthing, you kind of keep a bead on the battle. So far, the leader's the only one to go down.
Wow. From my spot. Okay, so bonus action. I'm gonna use my hunter's mark to move. And you said one of the humans was a bard.
Yeah. The three teal dots are humans. They're kind of dressed similar to the halflings. They're in like leather clad with kind of like dark cloaks and things. But the difference in their kind of uniform is that the three teal humans have musical instruments.
How far am I away from the group right now?
I'm sorry. Say that again.
How far am I away from the group right now?
From who? I mean, you're on one side of the road, so I mean, you're about 15 feet from a halfling that's actively looking for you, but hasn't seen you yet.
Okay, I'll just pop off a shot. I'll move my hunter's mark to that halfling right in front, and I'll take a shot at him.
Okay, great. Give me an attack roll.
The 23 to hit.
Well, that for sure hits. Go ahead and roll me some damage.
That's 11 on the main attack with a +5 for 16 total damage.
Oh, that's just enough. You sink an arrow into this halfling, and he gurgles and coughs, but they are his last words, whatever they were, and he falls to the ground in a lump in the sand.
So since they didn't find me and I popped that shot off real quick, do they now know where I'm at, or did I kind of kill them quick enough?
Oh,
They still
you
won't.
absolutely gave away your position to attack.
All right. Well, since I'm not in combat with anybody, I'll use my full 35 movement to try and see if I can break side again, or two, to move back towards the group.
You tell me. You could attempt to break sight or move towards the group.
Well, I'd
Whichever
rather break side and hide if I can.
Okay, so which direction are you moving to try to find something to break sight?
Is that like towards the group, like halfway? Is that like a little rock or something in the picture? If that's on.
Oh, sorry, Chris. I'm not really looking at my screen very much. I'll get to that in just a second. But so between you, I mean, there's some halflings across the road in the sand, kind of looking for you. Up the road a little bit of ways, it's mostly just sand, and there's an occasional like brush on the side of the road, but there's not really a lot to hide behind on the opposite side of the road. So as long as you're sticking to the side of the road you're currently on, there's a few options. They're slim, but if you wanted to travel, 20 or 30 feet upwards and try to give me another stealth check, I'll let you try to break line of sight.
Well, even within the brush, I have something called the Mask of the Wild, where I can attempt to hide even if I'm only lightly obscured. So could I just attempt to hide in the brush?
Yeah, for sure. Go ahead and give me like a stealth check.
That's a natural 19 for 26.
All right, yeah. So you kind of take a run and then dive into some foliage that you assume you could camouflage yourself in.
Yeah. I think I already used my bonus action this turn, so I think that's my turn.
Okay, moving on down is Blade. Blade, you are, I don't know, 10 feet, maybe 15 feet or so away from a very menacing looking halfling, and Gleedier is also in that direction, currently engaging them in melee. What do you do?
I guess. Is that last pick of the map the? I guess probably pretty accurate to what's going on now.
Yes. Let me double check that real quick, but I can drop you another pick in the map. But all that's really changed is from the former pick is Gladier and Renwick's position. Renwick is right behind Locris, and Logus has kind of moved more towards the group, and Gladier is engaging combat in the with the halflings directly in front of you. Send another pick here. Let me just say.
Okay, thank you. Um. Okay, and Gladier's the red.
Correct. Yeah, he's the one currently engaging one of the black dots, which is one of the halfling kind of like thugs.
Okay. So kind of after hearing the three amigos come out, the three bards, Blade's going to feel kind of like this is his time to kind of shine a little bit. Though maybe not as flashy, but he is going to kind of pop out from underneath his, his cloak, his hide, and just kind of say, well, two can play that game. And he's going to cast first level spell. I'm going to cast Bane on those three creatures that are kind of right in front of Locris. Not Locris, I'm sorry, Gladier. It has a oh, actually, no, I can't. Oh, actually, yeah, I can get a little closer. I have to be within 30 feet. So I'm gonna, I guess, kind of come up behind or more next to Gladier and
Okay.
cast Bane.
All right, you move a little closer to Gladier, and you're hitting the three kind of that is in front of him. And what do
Yeah,
you
that
what do you
one.
need from me? Some kind of save?
Yep, you got it. The three in front of him. So that one directly in front, the one just a little north of him, and that one just like whatever southeast of him.
Okay.
Need to make charisma saving throws.
Charisma saving throws, huh? That's a straight roll for these guys. Oh, we got a 3, a 14, and a 14.
All right, so DC was 15. So all of them, whatever.
You get like a minus a d4 to their.
You got it. Yep.
Okay. Okay, thanks to their next attack roll for sure. Yeah, your what does your bane kind of look like as it rushes forth towards these guys?
So I imagine it's just going to kind of like Blade's going to kind of pull out his flute because he's also got a flute, and it's just going to kind of see like this channel kind of like come down from like the flute like down to the ground and just like kind of pulsate out towards them to hit them.
Okay, so, and I think that's it. Anything else on your turn?
And lastly, I want to go ahead and for a bonus action, I want to cast Bardic Inspiration on. Oh my god, I'm so fucking bad at names. Renwick.
Okay, yeah, for sure. You like what? Is it a quick poem or a strum of the flute or a tune on the instrument?
So he's going to kind of just like after he's done his Bane casting of Bane, he's going to kind of hold the flute, pull it down and kind of look at Renwick and just say, "All right, it seems like we're fighting on even ground now. So go ahead and take these guys down."
Nice. Okay, so after Blade, we are coming up on Locris. You see the camps kind of funneling out to one side to meet an angry Gladier, as they really haven't been able to clock Logus that well, and you see obviously Blade stepping in and getting a little closer to the action as well.
All right, so after Locris gets shot with one of the arrows, it knocks the Morning Star from his hand. And he thinks to himself, damn, I need my weapon. And he notices a new tattoo on his right arm that was bare now starts to snake down his hand, and a black morning star with smoke trailing off forms in his right hand. And he's going to run through that same gap I was aiming for and attack that first human with my new packed weapon.
Okay, yeah, it's about 25 feet of movement, so you can get there just fine. Go ahead and give me an attack roll.
A dirty 20.
Very nice.
Nine damage.
9 total damage?
Yes. Or no, 10 because it's it gets that +1 because I took the improved packed weapon invocation.
All right, yeah, you give him a good clubbing. What's your packed weapon?
Since he was focusing on the Morning Star that he just dropped, it just took that form when he thought of it.
As you bash him with your newfound weaponry, you definitely hurt him. He's looks a little harder than you give him credit for, though. He still returns to form quickly and is now ready to engage.
Alright, and with the packed weapon, they do count as magic weapons, just in case that makes any difference.
Okay, I'll just make a note. Sometimes it does. Anything else?
That would still be an action, I believe. Let me see. It'd be helpful if I knew what I was doing. I think we can test. Yeah. Okay. I'll throw a hex on the same guy, which I should have done earlier, but
Okay.
and that'll end my turn.
And what's the hex do? It's kind of like Hunter's Mark type of a deal. You just do more damage on them if you hit or something.
Yeah, it's an extra 1d6 necrotic damage.
Okay. Let me move a couple things around here. All right, so now it is the halflings that get moving on, and unfortunately for you, Gladier and Blade, you guys are kind of the only ones visible out this end. So the halflings kind of swarm around you, and they draw daggers from their belts as they approach. Let me double check this. Okay, yep. A couple of attacks are coming at both Blade and Gladier. We're going to do a Gladier first. Now, these first two attackers, the two attackers that are attacking you, Blade, you have baned. So I'm going to roll me 2d4s separately, and we will subtract that from the roll.
Okay, 2d4 separately.
Damn, I did it again. I got 2 14s, but they do have attack modifiers, so let's just double check.
So 3 on the first and 2 on the second.
So they get a +4 to hit, so both of them are an 18, and so what was the minuses? A 3 and a 4?
Yes, 3 and a 2.
You also have a +2 to AC, Blade.
Right. So
If you're hitting you first.
they've got to beat 17.
Okay, so it becomes an 18, so the -2 becomes a 16, which doesn't hit, and then the 4 becomes a 14, which doesn't hit. But also, aside from Bane, they've both been given an inspiration die. So the 16 and the 14, 3 for the first, and add 3 to the first one, which is going to hit, and 5 to the second. So, through both Bane and Bardic Inspiration, a way to complicate a couple of attack rolls, by the way. Minus this and add that. But, they do end up hitting in the end and burning their Bardic Inspiration to attack you. Double check here. Fortunately for you, it's not huge, crazy damage, but I do need you to give me a Constitution saving throw, Blade, as your attack. You take it's going to be 13 total damage, and I need you to give me a Constitution saving throw.
So he just has to be 13, right? Or is it? Yeah.
God damn it. 11.
Okay, so on top of the 13 damage, you take an additional 4 poison damage.
Oh, wait, noise.
And you are now for the next minute, or basically the duration of this battle, unless you do something about it, you are now suffering from the poison effect.
Okay, so 17 damage total?
Total, yeah. Gladier, how it worked out with movement and everything, only 3 of them can come within striking distance of you. However, these are rogues. When they attack next to an ally, thus flanking you, they do get advantage.
Oh, only 3?
On the attack. Yeah, only 3 this time. So let's see here. So I got a 7, a 14, and a 12. That becomes an 11, an 18, and a 16 to hit.
Only the 18 hits.
Okay, so I'm gonna hit you with some damage real quick. Go ahead and give me a Constitution saving throw as well. You take 7 total slashing damage.
So do I need to make 2 Constitution saving throws? One
Nope,
for
just one for the getting attacked by the sword is a con save versus poison. It's just one con save. Doesn't matter how many swords hit you versus the poison.
I just meant because I'm also concentrating on Shield of Faith. So wouldn't that be?
Yeah. You'd have to make a concentration check for that as well. Yes.
Or concentration, not concentration. Oh, that's not good. All right, for the poison, the sword attack, that's an 11 on the con save.
Okay, so that is a fail. You take 2 poison damage, and you also now have the poisoned status effect, which I do believe is disadvantage on attacks and ability checks for the duration.
Yep. So what was the total damage?
2 more poison damage.
2, and then the original attack was 11?
Was it 11? I'm looking.
Or 7?
I think it was
7?
7, yeah, because I'm looking at a 5 on the die and I get a +2, so yeah, it's going to be 7.
Yeah, 9 total.
Okay.
Disadvantage on the concentration check. Okay, that's good. I rolled a 15 and a 16. So 15 concentration save.
Yeah, you're good. You're good to go.
Right. Blade, you still have +2 to AC.
Thank God.
Good. And let's see. Okay, so after the rogues, Gladier, you're up. I'm gonna snap a pic of the battle map because there's some more good movement, but you guys are pretty swarmed. You and Blade are looking like you're slowly becoming maybe overwhelmed.
Okay. Alright. Actually, the thing for this maybe this concentration. It is. God damn it. That doesn't work. If only you can cast more than one concentration spell at one time.
There's some high level feats that you do that later on. It's a couple magic items and a good feat. You can do stuff like that. But you gotta be hella high level to do shit like that.
Okay. Shit. This ain't looking good. This is not looking bueno. Alright. I think for potions in this campaign, we decided to do action, get full health from potion, or full heals.
If you're willing to drink a potion proper and not in a hurried rush, you could just take the max. But you're gonna have to spend the standard and the bonus action drinking the potion.
Standard and bonus action.
Yeah. So you have to you can't be running around. You can't use essentially you stay still. You use your bonus action to guide your standard action, and that way you get maximum benefits.
Okay, that makes sense. Fuck. Oh shit. Okay. Oh buddy. Shit. Are we doing anything with bonus actions for healing potions? Like if I just use a bonus action, is that Like, could I roll for it?
Oh yeah. If you could. The standard rules to potions apply. I just kind of liked the concept that if you take your time in a battle to actually drink a potion proper, rather than kind of chug it on the run, that it would have better effects. But aside from that, it's just the standard usage for the potions as written.
Okay. So as written, it's a full action to roll for it.
Correct.
Okay, gotcha. Makes sense. Oh, sorry, I was not prepared. I should have been prepared to get swarmed, but for some reason I was not. And
You do notice kind of as they, at least Blade, when they sink these daggers into you, they don't really seem concerned with retrieving them. Like once they plunge this poisonous dagger into you, it sticks, and the ones who have landed their poison knives pull out like wooden clubs off of their belt.
so there's a dagger embedded in me right now.
For every strike, if the dagger struck true, they just leave it in you. They don't bother retrieving the dagger. They move on to another weapon.
Okay, so I got hit by one of the poison daggers. So there's currently one dagger in me somewhere.
Yeah, it's definitely clinging to your being as they kind of plunge it into you, because the dagger's a piercing weapon technically. So
Yeah. Okay. Fuck it. I'm gonna do some weird shit. I'm just gonna go for it. This might be a bad idea. I'm sorry, guys, if this is a bad idea. I'm gonna drop my shield to the ground and grab the dagger that is sticking somewhere in me and pull it out. And then I'm going to attack the halfling that is directly in front of me, directly to the east in front of me.
Okay.
With my flesh first.
Okay, give me an attack roll.
Oh my god. 2 on the die, so that's a 9 to hit.
Ooh, their AC's not great, but it's not 9 for sure.
Alright, I'm gonna follow up with the dagger that I just pulled out of me.
Okay.
I think. Am I proficient in daggers?
A paladin would be proficient with a knife, I imagine.
Yeah. So could I just add the same?
Yeah. It's just a standard melee attack for you.
All right. So +7 hit with that as well.
Yeah.
Okay. God, that's barely better. I rolled a 3 for a 10. God damn it.
Still just a little bit better than a 10. You take a couple of swings and it's a whiff. These halflings are surprisingly agile.
Well, that sucks. I just dropped my shield to do that and lower my AC. I was betting on killing at least one of them. I mean, yeah, that's all I can. That's a 2-weapon fighting, so that's a action and bonus action.
Okay, so
wait,
you're gonna get hella opportunity attacks if you move without disengaging. So I assume you're probably gonna stay.
Yeah, that's like what 1, 2, 3, 4 opportunity attacks I could drop.
Yeah. So kind of rolls along. Then Renwick, you are up. You see a swarm of angry halflings taking out like small wooden clubs after stabbing your friends. It looks like they're pretty intent on beating them to death.
Oh boy. All right. Well, I am stealthed, so I'm going to start off by taking a crossbow shot at the middle bard. It looks like I've got a pretty clear line of sight there.
Yep. Okay. Go ahead and give me an attack roll.
Alrighty.
He's already taken a little bit of damage.
That is, 10, but I'm going to use my inspiration, which is a 1d6. Where is it? There it is. for a 414.
A 14 hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
All right. Let's see. That is 1d8 plus 5. Fuck. 1. So 6, but 2d6 for sneak attack. So it's another 8. So 6, 8, 14 damage.
Yeah, you planted a firm right in center mass of your target, and you hit him hard enough to get him to wince and take a step back for sure.
And then I would like to use my movement and bonus action to try to break line of sight using like the wagons or any of the tie-off posts or the animals that are tied off to the posts. But I want to move toward the bards, kind of like putting the wagon between me and them, and try to bonus action hide.
Okay, how many feet you want to move towards the bard? You got like 30 feet of movement, so that's like 6 squares.
I have 25 feet of movement.
Okay, so 5 squares.
Yeah. And roll stealth. 14 for a 19 stealth.
Okay, yeah, you kind of get a shot off and then move and kind of using the wagons as cover. Move up closer to the bards. Anything else?
Yep, I believe that is action, bonus action, and movement.
Okay, so the 3 bards within the circle kind of move around, but they all 3 seem to focus their attention on the one person they can see, which I assume you're not using disguised self in combat. So are you in tiefling form, or do you still look like a human, Locris?
No, I'm in tiefling.
All right. So the 3 remaining bards kind of surround you, Locris. Oh, that's garbage. I got a nat 1, a 2, and a 10. My 10 becomes a 14. Does that hit at all? I don't assume that hits. I think your AC's up there, isn't it?
Yes, it is, and this is why.
Okay, yeah. So they take swipes at you with daggers that they pull off their belt. It looks to be similar to the halflings, but they all swing wide, unfortunately. They do, however, with their free hand, kind of sing out to themselves again that similar melody. Do not fear, do not tire, hear my voice and feel inspired. And like an unseen energy rushes forth from them towards the halflings that are combating Gladier and Blade. And once again, it doesn't affect all of them, but a few of them look to have keener, swifter movements. And we're gonna roll back to the top of the order, which is Logus. You right across the street, only, I don't know, 15, 20 feet away. A small army of halflings wielding daggers and clubs is descending upon Gladier and Blade. What do you do?
And I want to move my hunter's mark. And I want to put it right on the halfling that Gladier tried to attack and missed.
Okay.
And then I'm going to fire off another arrow.
Okay, great. Give me an attack roll for sure.
Well, it's an 18 to hit.
That hits.
That's 12. 16 damage total.
Your arrow lands true and once again, another halfling collapses to the ground in a lump of gore, and he is no more.
Okay. All right. Just don't worry. I'm keeping track of my arrows as well.
Okay, good.
Yeah. I had 20. I am now at 16. And then I'm gonna. I assume like Gladier, just like he's just there, just took 2 swipes at the halfling and missed. Then out of nowhere, he just sees an arrow like right over his shoulder, just right into the middle of his head, and like he turns around and just sees me up on the hill in the darkness, and then I'll just move and disappear again.
Okay, so which direction do you want to move? And give me another stealth check.
Oh my god, I'm always so good at my stealth checks. That's a 24 total. 17 plus 7.
Nice. Yeah, you become one with the darkness. So where do you want to move to?
I want to move a little bit more towards Brentwick to where I can maybe get a couple eyes on where I hear the music coming from as well. I want to be able to have eyes on the halflings and maybe get some eyes on those bards as well if I need to switch my attention. I have a range of 150 and dark vision out to 90 feet.
Okay, you kind of creep out into the darkness, and you're about, you're off into the desert, but you're about 5 feet away or so from Renwick.
Okay, I'm gonna sneak up behind him and get it.
You both are rolling pretty good. I don't know if you guys know where one another even is.
Can I make a quick perception check to see if I see him?
Yeah, make a perception check, and I'll give you something whether you succeed wildly or not.
I rolled an 18.
An 18?
Yeah.
You have no idea where he is. And also, you have a kind of an epiphany that it looks like the weapons these guys are using when they're striking at everybody, though it doesn't necessarily say outright, it looks like they're doing non-lethal damage, like they're hitting you with poison and doing non-lethal damage. You can tell pretty quickly that these guys' intention is to club you into submission and capture you. It doesn't look like they're trying to murder you outright. They see you as like a target.
So they see us as trophies of some sort, maybe something that they can enslave a person. I'm just whispering to myself, and
After Logos, you're looking at Blade. You're up. Currently, a couple of halflings are attacking. You're in melee with. Gladier is only a step away, but he looks to be getting swarmed also. But yeah, currently there's two different halflings engaging you in melee combat.
Okay. So as far as because I've never done this before, a full disengage. How does that work?
So you use, I think, depends on your class, but it'll be standard action or bonus action, and you use that part of your turn economy, and then you sacrifice that part of your turn, but it cancels out like attack of opportunity. So it allows you to flee, essentially. Like you throw your shield up as you take off running, so you're protected, versus just turning and running and saying "fuck it," you know.
Gotcha. So I guess I am going to do that. I guess I want to do that if that's my standard action. In like, I mean, I know it's going to use my movement, but standard. I want to have a bonus action though, and I can't figure that out.
I think it depends on class. Like I think rogues can disengage as a bonus action, but I think most classes is a standard action.
Yeah, it's a standard action to disengage. Rogues have a feature that allows it. It's I think cunning action allows it to be a bonus action. So you either stay there or you waste your action to disengage from them and run away.
But I would still have a bonus action.
You would.
God damn, that's a lot of them. um. Oh man. Uh. So okay, what I think I'm going to do, if I can, is use do a full disengage. I'm gonna kind of head up north a little bit, kind of maybe like in between, kind of where Renwick and Logus are, if I can.
Yeah, for sure. You're gonna head into in between where Logan, Renwick and Logus are. Yeah, you can definitely do that. That's not too far. It's only like 10, 15 feet.
So I want to, yeah, I guess get as. I guess how far can I go with a full disengage? Is that just still my normal 30?
Yeah, you still have your regular movement. You can move 3 more squares beyond the square in between your allies.
Okay, and still be within 60 feet of Gladier.
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess I'll use my full movement to just kind of full disengage away. But for my bonus action, this is the reason why I picked this up. I'm going to cast Healing Word on Gladier.
Okay. Go ahead and roll that out for sure. What does your healing word look like? How does that work?
Oh man, I should have thought of this stuff. I guess it's just going to be kind of since he's going to be running and kind of hustling it. He's going to would it cost like any sort of action just to switch my instruments or for flavor?
No, you can have a free object interaction if you have something in your pack or some gear on you want to use.
So he's going to kind of put away his flute and then pull out his lute because he's not going to be able to play that flute while he's running. And also kind of like just kind of play like the Deliverance kind of theme. Like he's just going to be running the fuck away from that, them.
Okay. So I had 1 dot too many in the current battle map. I forgot to kill off the guy Logus nailed. So that is the current battle map, and I have you in between Logos and Renwick. Did you want to move further? You still have 3 spots of movement there, Will.
Yeah, get me as far away as I can get. But I mean, as long as I'm within the 60 feet of Gladier, because I'm going to be casting Healing Word on him at the 2nd level for my bonus action.
Okay, yeah. You go ahead and heal him up. What do you heal him for?
Let's take a look. Why are you not showing me? Not great. 10 health.
I'll fucking take it. Oh, that's great. Hell yeah. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you. And yeah, I think that's all I can do for now.
Okay, Locris, you are up. Currently surrounded by angry bards who continually seem to slash and miss. Well, trying to give you a good gash with one of these daggers that they're holding.
All right, so this one right in front of me, the same one I attacked before, want to bring my Morningstar back and just kind of backhand him with it to cross the face, saying, "Shut the fuck up."
All right, go ahead and give me an attack roll. Yeah.
That's 14 to hit.
14 just barely does the job. Go ahead and give me some damage.
A hit. Let's see, it's a D8, so 3 plus 6 for 9 piercing damage, plus an additional 2 necrotic damage.
Once again, you give him a good solid thwack. You hit solid, good follow through, and you this time after you blast him, he doesn't stand up so quickly. He takes a knee and spits a pile of blood out and struggles back to his feet, gasping for breath. But he is still alive. But you look like you beat the fight right out of him.
That ends my turn.
All right. Moving on down. Looks like me. Okay, good deal. So the halflings that you disengage from, Blade, are going to pursue you. This guy's gonna come here, but as they do, Logos and Renwick, you both are going to get an attack of opportunity on these halflings who run by you unaware of your presence. So they are both running towards Blade because he's the one they see, and they cross through your melee range. So both of you get an attack of opportunity. So go ahead and give me some attack rolls.
Faded. This would be sneak attack too, wouldn't it?
Correct. They are unaware of your presence.
So we each get 2 attack rolls, or is it like one is running by each of us?
He's not. One runs by each of you.
Okay, gotcha. Natty 15, which definitely hits, but we'll need 2 total.
That will hit. Go ahead and roll some damage.
Oh, wait, you know what? I don't think I get an attack of opportunity because I'm holding a crossbow. I don't have a melee weapon out. If I'm using the honor system.
In that case, I don't think that would work for Logos either because he's been using his bow.
Yeah.
So close.
I rolled a natural 20. God damn it, you and your damn honor.
I know. We literally would have just slaughtered him, but technically speaking, it would have been illegal.
So, yeah. Well, you know.
Can we like trip him or something?
Hopefully the
I don't want to give away my.
Hopefully the dice gods are they show mercy on you guys later on. Let's see, I got a 9 and a 16, which becomes a Blade. We're looking at a 13 and a 19 to hit.
Still have a +2 to AC. Just saying.
So, oh, son of a bitch. Okay, yep, the 19 hits.
Okay.
Does your cutting words lower the to hit?
It does, but I am saving that for my buddy down there.
Fair enough. That's a
Okay,
good
so
call.
only one lands a hit. That's 2 piercing damage. However, I am gonna need you to make a Constitution saving throw against this dagger that he tries to leave in you.
Okay, Constitution saving throw.
Wait, are you already poisoned?
I am actually, yes.
Right. Okay.
So, am I still rolling it?
No, you've already failed, but roll to see if you take extra poison damage.
All right. Yes, I do.
All right.
8.
Three additional poison damage on top of the 2 piercing. Now that kind of turns my attention down to Gladier. I think we're gonna change your new name to just fucked because things about to get bad for you. All right. So, Gladier, you are surrounded by 4 opponents. And unfortunately for you, they get advantage when attacking next to an ally. So this is potentially not the best. So advantage on that one, we're looking at an 18 to hit. Is it an 18 hit?
Yep.
Okay, so that's 1 attack down. We're looking at a 22, so that's two hits. We're looking at a dirty 20, so 3 hits.
Can I
And
use? I'm sorry, as a reaction, my cutting words for one of those attack rolls.
sure. For attack roll, or is it damage?
I think I can do both, but let me. I guess I would want it to be attack roll.
Okay, yeah. The lowest to hit was the 18. What was it? The 18 I just asked him about. The first one. I got two dirty 20s and then some like a 22 or something. So I don't.
Okay.
There is one roll that you might be able to reduce enough to be a miss. What's your AC, Gladier?
I dropped my shield to pick up the dagger, so it is currently at 15.
What?
Oh.
How much can you bring it down? I
I
think it was
I
an
believe
18,
it's a D6.
So if you can bring it down by more than 3, one of those will miss.
Okay, let me just make sure I can. I'm just doing this right for the sake of it. Okay, yeah. So 1d6. I will roll it here. 4.
Oh, thank God.
And he's just going to
Okay.
yell out at him. He's going to be like, "Listen here, you greasy sheep-biting fleshmonger. Leave your hands off of him."
It startles him. It shakes him a little bit.
We may have just saved my life. Again.
Okay, so a couple clubs come at you, and another dagger, but the dagger flies wild. Doesn't land true, but you do take three club attacks, so it is bludgeoning damage. Bludgeoning damage comes out to a whopping 13 total. Bludgeoning damage as these halflings kind of surround you and start smacking kneecaps, getting you to hop in place as they're kind of pulling like some I picture like Catholic nun beating down on you.
Okay. Yeah. Nice. Yeah, Gladiator's looking a little roughed up. Kind of drops to his knee for a moment as he takes these like clubs to like the torso and the legs, and then kind of staggers back up to his feet.
Okay, you're up, Gladiator. You're actually it's you in initiative. So what do you do?
All right, so Blade kind of moved off away from the main force, correct?
Yeah, I'll drop a new battle map real quick. There's a little bit of moving around here, so
Okay, so I'm gonna drop the dagger. Can I drop the dagger and pick up my shield? Would that be a bonus action, or can I do that as a free action?
You can just free action that. If it's near you, you could just swap it out.
Okay, yeah. So I'm gonna just drop the dagger, like in one motion. Drop the dagger, pick my shield back up. Uh, bonus action. Sorry, Blade, but I'm kind of fucked at the moment. So I'm gonna take as a bonus action, drop the shield of faith on Blade, and then recast it on myself. Kind of like bang my fist against my chest, and then that like electrical yellow aura goes around myself. So I got a +2 to AC, and I have my shield back. And then whichever one of the halflings around me looks the most fucked up, I'm not sure which, but I'm gonna take a swing at them with my Kopesh.
Okay, great. Give me an attack roll.
That is a 15 hit.
Hits.
Oh, thank God. 28 plus. God damn it. That's a 6 damage.
All right, you land true, but they surprisingly agile critters. You don't quite get the whole cleaving action you were hoping for, but you definitely land a blow and do some damage.
Yeah, and he's gonna kind of pull his shield back up and, get in defensive stance and hope for the best.
Okay. Let's see. So after Gladier, that is you, Renwick. There is a couple of these halfling rogues taking swings at Blade right in your vicinity, and they seem to be unaware of your presence.
Cool. I would like to swap out my bow for my rapier offhand dagger combo, if that's cool.
Yep.
And then I'm going to take a swing at the one that just ran past me because he doesn't see me, and I'm going to try to poke him.
Absolutely. Give me an attack roll.
Right.
I believe it's with advantage because he's unaware.
That is with advantage. Sweet. 16 or 21.
That'll hit.
So that'll hit. Sweet. 1d8 plus 6. That's a 8, and then 2d6 sneak attack, which is 7. So 15 damage total.
Oh man, he's not ready for it. You come up behind him and give him, slip your blade right in between the ribs, coasts right through the armor. I mean, you plunge it deep, and he all but collapses. Like he's on one knee, struggling to maintain consciousness. You took him right to death's door, but you didn't quite get him over.
And I would like to bonus action attack with the dagger. So +7 for a natty 18, 25. So just 1d4 plus 5, which is a 1, so 6 damage.
And you.
Oh wait, I don't get the +5 on an offhand, do I?
Yeah, you don't get to add your modifier. Or
okay, so just 1 damage then.
That'll do it. That's all you needed was this single.
Oh no shit. Wait, so yeah, he runs by, and I imagine Renwick just jumps out, and like as he runs by, he slices him across the back of both of his knees, and the guy like drops down, and then he just offhand daggers straight in the back of the chest.
Brutal, and, but very efficient.
And then he is going to use his movement to... I'm going to say he just heads 20 feet west and 5 feet north. And that'll be his turn.
Okay, and after Renwick, we go to the bards, who are obsessively attacking this tiefling. Let's go ahead and flip this page real quick. All right. So, in come 3 daggers. We're looking at a 14, a 13, and a 23. So I assume the 23 is going to hit.
Yeah, that one just barely hits.
Okay, so you take 5 total piercing damage, and I need you to give me a Constitution saving throw. $18?
18.
Yeah, you seem unaffected by the toxins that they coated their blades with. Okay, going to the top of the round. We're going to Logus. You are up.
Hold real quick. I forgot I'm poisoned. So my last attack, should that have been at disadvantage?
Yeah, you and Blade actually, but I also kind of forgot, so I'll do a better job of maintaining it from here forward.
Do you want me to re-roll? I mean, I'm fine if you want to do that.
No, we're good. I'll do better of keeping on top of it from here forward. But I thought about that also on this last round just a bit ago.
Sorry about that.
Okay, so Logus, you are up. One of these guys just kind of creeped by you. He's not really that far away, but he is unaware of your presence. And currently attacking Blade.
All right. I'm just gonna maintain my focus on trying to whittle down those halflings around Gladier.
Okay,
So
great.
I'm gonna move my hunter's mark. From this angle, can I get the one that's like in the middle that separates one from the other? You know what I mean? So one's isolated from the other two.
So, of the 4 around Gladier, are you talking about the one that would be, I guess, 4, maybe 5 o'clock?
Yeah, because I know that they get advantage when they're attacking near a friend, so I want to try to isolate at least one of them.
I mean, yeah, you could hit potentially any of those targets, but I mean, it doesn't. They don't have to be standing next to somebody. I think it's just attacking the same target. So it wouldn't. You wouldn't disrupt their advantage if you took that guy down. Is what I'm saying.
All right, then. I'll just move my hunter's mark to the one. Is there any of them that are damaged?
Yeah, Gladier has put a good gouge in one of them, but 3 of the 4 have not been hit.
All right, well, I'll try to for sure hedge my bet and take out the one and move my hunter's mark on the one that's already damaged and fire at that one.
I'm sorry, say that again?
I'm going to try to hedge my bet a little bit and move my hunter's mark to the one that's already damaged and shoot from there.
Okay, great. Yeah, give me an attack roll.
Oh, yeah, that's a natural 15 plus numbers.
Nice. Yep. Go ahead and give me some damage.
Wow. That's 16 damage total. I'm rolling high on damage though. 4 plus 6, the 10 plus 6
Once
on the
again,
100 mark.
you just creep past the magic number, and another arrow flies from the darkness and finds its target true, and another halfling lands in the sand in a lump of gore.
Let me knock my arrow down. I'm at 15. And that is my turn. Well, none of them are really worried about me right now, right? If I'm safe point. They're all kind of
Not
engaged with
particularly.
something
Everybody's engaged somewhere currently.
else. Okay, then I'll stay put.
Okay, we're rolling on down to Blade. Blade, you are kind of you still find yourself engaged in melee by one of these halflings. He chased you around despite your disengage and flee.
Son of a gun. Is he damaged at all?
No.
Mm. Oh man. Uh, I guess. I'm sorry. So explain to me. With the poison, I have disadvantage on attacks.
Yes. So you roll 2d20 and take the lower of the two.
And if it's a spell.
I think a spell attack would count, but maybe not like just a spell with they all have different effects.
Oh man, this is gonna be rough. Actually, hold on. You sons of bitches. Okay, this is I think gonna either go really well or really bad. I am going to go ahead and kind of while this halfling is tailing me, does he have any sort of inspiration?
The one tailing you does not currently. Those guys spent it
Okay.
on trying to kill Gladier.
Okay, I'm just gonna kind of turn around and look at him, and I'm going to cast Charm Person on this halfling.
Okay, what kind of save do you need from me?
So I need a Wisdom saving throw from you, DC 15, but you have advantage because we are engaged in combat.
Okay, so I get a +1 to this roll with advantage. First one is a 17, second one's a 7, so 17 becomes an 18.
Ooh, buddy. And oh man, I don't think I can bonus action that either with my inspiration. Or cutting words, either I do. Actually, can I do no a reaction? Would I be able to roll a reaction to that?
A reaction would be like taking like an opportunity attack. I mean, you could take a reaction. There's a lot of different reaction based abilities, but what would you?
I guess.
What would you try to take a reaction to? You can use your reaction, but you have to use like a specific. I forget the word at the moment. It escapes me. But there are different things you can do with your reaction depending on your race and class and whatnot.
Okay. I guess what I would be trying to do, and I think I might be able to do this, but again, just use my cutting words as a reaction to that roll. to give him a minus whatever
I think so, right? That's what it says. It's a reaction to use
1d6.
cutting words.
Yeah, to a an attack roll, an ability check, or damage roll.
Okay, so the 17 became an 18. What do you need it to fail to be charmed person? 15 or something?
15, yeah.
So yeah, roll your d6 and you need a 3 or greater to get him to fail.
Sweet Jesus, please. 6.
Yeah, even with advantage, he would fail. So what is the language exactly of charm person?
Oh, sorry. And to a charm a humanoid that you can see within range. Wisdom saving throw, blah, 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 blah. Is charmed by you until the spell ends or until you or your companions do anything harmful to it. The charmed creature regards you as a friendly acquaintance. When the spell ends, the creature knows it was charmed by you. So I guess he just views me as friendly.
Okay, great. Is that it? That's your turn.
Speak to your new friend.
Yeah, how do you manifest this magic that charms him into finding you into being an ally?
So I can imagine this guy just kind of I mean, he's been tailing me for a little while now, and I feel like Blade is just kind of like, well, it's either, him or me. So he kind of, as he's running away, just kind of dead stops in his tracks and just, I can imagine this halfling expecting me to look like I'm in, just horror and fear, because I'm only a hit away from dying. And, but I turn around and he's just eyes wide open, smiling, arms reaching out, and just says, "Hey there, little fella."
Well, yeah, he kind of almost drops the bat, drops it down to the side from a menacing standpoint, and totally goes for your embrace.
So I would embrace him, and I would I guess just kind of point him towards the bards and just be like, "Those guys are trying to hurt us, and you don't want that, do you?" And um, so I might just kind of point him towards the bards, and um, then just kind of, if I can, yell out to everyone, just say, "Hey, everyone, this guy is on our side now."
Okay, yeah, he'll take an action, but on his turn for sure.
And I am spent, I think.
Okay, we're going down from Blade to Locris. Locris, you're still surrounded by some angry bards that are, you're definitely moving out of the way out of most of their attacks, actually, but they're becoming more frequent and aggressive.
I'm going to try and put this one in front of me out of my misery.
Okay, great. Give me an attack roll.
That is 24.
That hits. Go ahead and roll some damage.
8 points piercing and 1 point necrotic.
So tell me how you and your new packed weapon end this bard.
Did you say he was standing or down on a knee?
He was down on a knee, gasping for breath, trying to return to his feet to continue to fight you.
So after taking a dagger to my side, I just overhand club him down on the back of his head, kind of splattering the brains towards me. And then I turn to the one directly to my left and I'm going to use my bonus action to move the hex over to him. And Abyssal, I just go, "You're next."
Okay. Yeah, let's see. He he reacts with like a flinch to your guttural, like kind of abyssal language. It's not something humans enjoy hearing. It sounds terrifying.
And that will end my turn.
Okay, so after Locris is the rogue. So the one engaging Blade kind of walks past him and sees kind of the fray going on between Locris and the other bards. And he doesn't like get involved directly. He doesn't like try to stop them, but he is standing kind of behind you, Locris, lightly protesting. Hey guys, come on! Like he's a decent guy. Like just give him a chance. What are you doing? Like he's not trying to actively get in the combat, but he is, lightly commentating his dislike of it on the side. The other trio of halflings continues their club fest on the Dragonborn. We will throw some dice around here real quick. So, we got looks like a 16, a dirty 20, and a 19 attack rolls on Gladier.
Yeah, 2 of those hit.
Okay.
You would have faith that 19 hits.
Oh, shit, son. Let's roll dubs on some 6s.
Yeah.
So that each comes with a +2, so it comes out to 16 total bludgeoning damage as these halflings really start going in on you, beating you from the waist down and then some. Occasionally hitting you just right behind the knee to get you to bend the knee so another one can come give you a shot to the dome. They're definitely organized and putting down an ass whooping. Are you still up?
Nope. Gladiator is unconscious.
Gladiator goes down. Unfortunately for you, I guess, or fortunately, the halflings up to this point have been doing non-lethal damage. So you are at 0, but you are not doing death saves. It looks like they were intent on capturing you.
Word.
And then so after that, we roll to Gladier, who is unconscious in the sand. Yeah, you don't have to worry about death saves, but you're kind of screwed for the time being, unless one of your allies comes to your aid. So we're gonna roll down to Renwick. You see this trio of halflings take their clubs to Gladier and just pound him into the dirt.
Okay. How far am I currently from my nearest ally? Or actually, is that like a cactus?
Behind you, yes. I'll take another picture of the battle map real quick.
Sweet. Perfect. He sees Gladier go down, and he kind of diverts his attention. He like stares down the bard. I imagine like aiming the crossbow, and then like out of the corner of his eye sees Gladier hit the ground, and he just sighs and he turns his crossbow and fires at the nearest halfling instead.
Okay, great. Give me an attack roll.
It's a 16 for a 23.
That'll hit.
1d8 plus 5 for 9 damage. No sneak attack this round because I did not hide last round. I don't think. No, I definitely didn't.
So
So I
what
bonus
was the
action
total
attack.
damage?
So 9 damage, I believe.
Okay.
And then I am going to bonus action try to hide behind the cactus.
Okay, give me a stealth check.
12 for a 17.
All right.
And that'll be his turn. And or actually, like he'll free action as he fires a shot. He'll yell back to Blade and just be like, "The dragon's down!" And then like fire the shot and hide behind the cactus.
Okay, so after Renwick is the bards. They continue to attack Locris. Let's see. Okay, so I got a dirty 20 and a 23 to hit Locris. I imagine that those are coming down pretty hard.
You're not supposed to be getting better at this.
So the 4 becomes a 6, the 1 becomes a 3. You're looking at 9 total bludgeoning damage coming from the bards.
Okay.
And then, they, they just kind of continue on as far as enemies. We go back to the top of the round. Logos, you are up. You see a halfling lightly protesting the murder of Locris, while a trio of halflings on the other side of the camp has just beat Gladier down from the knees down, and leave him in a bloody, pummeled, mess in the sand.
Logos is going to see the Gladiers down and he's going to, not again. He's going to fire off. Move the Hunter's Mark bonus action. Move the Hunter's Mark to one of the halflings and take a shot at him.
Okay, so there's 3 remaining, and Renwick buried a bolt in one. So there's 2 healthy and 1 injured. What one are you aiming for?
So far I've almost been doing enough damage to one shot him. I'm gonna do is the one that did the last hit on Gladier, is he hurt?
They all kind of ganged up on Gladier, taking turns, but they, the one closest to you is the one that Renwick has shot.
Okay. I'll finish. I didn't. Yeah, I'll move the Hunter's Mark on him and try to finish him off
Okay,
with both
great.
hands.
Give me an attack roll.
Oh yeah, it's a natural 18.
All right, yep. Go ahead and roll some damage.
This is 7 plus 6 for 13.
Yeah. Go ahead and tell me how you drop this halfling who's already got a crossbow bolt sticking out of his lower abdomen.
I want to, since I rolled so high on the to hit, I want to like aim like right where the other arrow hit, like slightly above it, and then just right in the stomach, almost like same spot but just slightly above it.
It just drives it home, drives it true. And yeah, he collapses in another lump of gore, another twang of the bowstring, another halfling down.
Look at it real quick. 14 arrows.
Is that anything else?
No, that'll be it.
Okay. Blade, you are up. Your newfound halfling comrade is standing next to you, lightly protesting to his bard friends, trying to talk. Come on, man, he's a nice guy. Don't do this, And The bards are paying him no mind. They are absolutely trying to kill Lokris.
So there's two by Gladier now that are standing pretty good.
Two healthy halflings are standing over Gladier's unconscious body, and then the other one that's alive is under your charm effect spell.
Okay. Just trying to read this spell. Okay. So, I guess can I is a perception? Sorry, is it just a perception check? Any sort of action?
Not a particularly. I'll let you take a perception check for sure. You're just kind of looking around, like assessing the area, and it's kind of like your level of awareness. So it's a freebie. Go ahead and make a perception check. What are you looking for particularly?
So kind of looking at, I guess my focus was again Gladier, but the two halflings that are around him. Like, does it look like they're going to be tying him up, or are they? I guess kind of want to figure out what they're doing with him.
Give me, instead of a perception check, give me an insight check.
Uh, Here we go. Here we go. 20 plus one. Let's see what we get. 14.
14. You get the sense that you kind of notice that after they club him down, before their comrade got cut down by a couple of ranged weapons from the darkness, they did pull out some manacles. It looked like they were going to capture Gladier. It didn't look like they were going to attack the downed body, and they looked pretty excited to add another one to their collection.
Okay. I guess those manacles those are metal?
Yeah, metal like handcuffs.
Okay. I guess I am going to cast my final second level spell, heat metal, on those manacles.
Okay, they both have a set of manacles. Which go ahead and what do you need from me? A saving throw of some kind?
Let's see. You can choose any object to glow red hot. Creature in physical contact takes 2d8 fire damage when you cast the spell. Until the spell ends, you can use a bonus action on each of your subsequent turns to cause this damage. So if the creature holding or wearing this object and takes damage from it, the creature must succeed on a Constitution saving throw or drop the object if it can. And if it doesn't drop the object, it has disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks until the start of your next turn.
Okay, so go ahead and roll me some damage. I'm looking at, I got a 13 on the dice with a +1, so it becomes a 14. Is a 14 pass?
It does. Sorry, Constitution. Was that Constitution? Let me make sure.
All the saves should be the same. The spell save DC, when you click on your spells on your character sheet, it's at the top. I believe yours is 15.
15. Yeah. Okay. That's what I thought.
Okay, yeah, fails. Go ahead and roll some damage. So he drops the item upon failing. Is that correct? What was that damage, Will?
Only 7 damage.
Okay, let me write that down real quick. And he drops the manacles, so.
Um, and I am going to see, where is the locus compared to
Locris was like on the other side of. So you've got a halfling 5 feet from you, lightly protesting the onslaught of Locris, and Locris is like right 5 feet on the other side of him.
Okay, but line of sight, though I have on.
The halfling is pretty small, and Locris is a medium-sized creature. You would be able to see Locris.
Okay, so I am going to cast Bardic Inspiration on Locris.
Nice. Does that come in the form of a tune or a melody?
It does. So he still has his lute out. But he's doing a little bit more. He kind of changes from the deliverance theme that he was going with to more of a kind of like a chaotic strumming, kind of like power chords. It doesn't really, it's not really rhythmic, but it's just chaotic. You can't really make any sort of, yeah, there's no melody to it or anything. I think the bards listening would be horrified at it.
Okay. Yeah. So you got a D6 of inspiration there, Locris.
Is he playing garage band metal on a lute?
Also, Locris, you are up.
He is. And he can't get the pinky down yet.
Alright, I will turn to the one on my left who I just hexed. And I'm going to try and smack the shit out of him.
All right, give me an attack roll.
Natty 20, baby.
Nice. Go ahead and roll some damage.
Okay, 6, 12, 18 points piercing damage, and 12 points necrotic damage.
And what's that total up to? Total damage?
Let's see. 12 plus 6, 18, 24. Or no, 24, 30 points of damage total.
So tell me how you take this guy down.
So I turn to him, and I'll say, I told you you were next. I do like an uppercut, and I slam him right in the testicles. And you just watch the vibration just shake his body and just break him down.
Awesome. Okay, yeah, you straight up drop him. Is there anything else for your turn?
I turn to the last bard still there right in front of me. And this time in Infernal, I'm going to say, your turn. And I move my hex over.
Yeah, the fire kind of like flickers at the infernal language when you speak it. Behind him, kind of he's definitely tripped out considering you murdered most of his friends.
That will end my turn.
Rolling on down would be the rogues. So, the two standing over Gladier, one has dropped the manacles, but the other that has not does clamp the manacles onto Gladier's ankles, and the other one. Let me make a dice roll real quick. The other one breaks for. Comes running in towards the bard, looking to maybe come to his aid. Looks like 20 feet of movement. He's going to get right up on Locrease and make an attack. Coming at you with a club. That's a 19, but I'll roll with advantage. Okay, so we'll keep the 19. Becomes a 23 to hit. Lucas, he comes in with a club out of nowhere, comes at you, hits you right in the back of the knee, right in the soft spot of the tendons. You take 7 points of bludgeoning damage as this halfling kind of runs up on you and gives you a good smack. The other one kind of remained by Gladier to secure the cuffs and things. He does make a perception check out into the darkness of the desert to try to see what he could see. Yeah, unfortunately, he doesn't see much. Okay, so moving on down, that will be Gladier. You, unfortunately, are just kind of breathing sand face down. Not kind of in between worlds, as your soul kind of drifts around. What do you think that? How do you think your interactions with somebody like your deity, like Hor? How do you think that would go down? Do you think you're just kind of casually wandering through a village, talking to him as you kind of wander through the marketplace?
No, I think he'd kind of slowly come into a dark, like a stone kind of a hall, sort of like a fortress main hall, and then kind of sees a very large, gaunt man holding a bright golden sword and a javelin in each hand, kind of sitting there just looking down upon him as he stands in the entryway of this stone fortress.
Yeah, so and it's fading in and out. You can kind of hear what's going on around you on the material plane, but it's also sounds so far away. So not interesting. As you kind of wander around this place in and around Horror's presence. Just kind of you can sense his aura as a paladin. Kind of where your divine magic comes from. So you definitely, kind of almost feel at peace here. As we move on, rolling down, Renwick, you are hidden behind a cactus. One of the halflings ran off, kind of behind the cart to assist his bard friend, but one is continuing to clamp manacles and things onto your unconscious friend Gladier.
All right. So he reloads his crossbow and I imagine like his back is to the cactus, so he just steps out from behind the cactus and he yells uh, over to Locris, and he's like, "Keep the last one alive. We need answers." And then he fires a bolt at, I believe, the remaining one down by Gladir.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead and give me an attack roll.
And is that with advantage because I was stealthed?
Well, that depends on, did you just scream something to one of your allies before you shot?
no, that
because
is
that
is valid.
would negate
Yeah,
your
I
stealth.
should have saved it for after the shot. That's fair.
Okay.
But that is, I will noted, 13.
13 is the magic number you hit. Barely.
Oh, fuck yeah. I thought it was 14. Hell yeah.
For the bard.
What? 1d8 plus 5. Fucking 1. So 6, but sneak attack. Oh, wait, no, because... No, it was sneak attack. So another 6, so 12 damage.
All right, yeah. Once again, you bury a bolt deep into this guy. And let's see here. He winces over and kind of is holding his side, bleeding profusely, but he's still on his feet.
And I will bonus action just try to hide behind the cactus again.
Okay, great. Go ahead and give me a stealth check.
But very fitting, I rolled a 4, so only a 9. Which makes sense.
You totally like prick yourself with the cactus on your way by. You know, it's more difficult to hide this time. Let's see. After Renwick comes the bard. The one remaining bard. He comes at Locris with a 11 to hit. I assume that misses. And he turns to his new halfling ally and gives him a little blast of inspiration. And that'll be it for him. We return to the top of the round. Logus, so you are up. And I'll send a new pick.
Let's take out that last and final half room that's trying to tell him good year right now.
For sure. Go ahead and give me an attack roll.
That is a 14 to hit.
$14 hits, yeah, for sure.
That is 11. Oh. Would you count it against me if I didn't specify I was moving the hunter's mark toward him?
We can retcon it. You know, he's the last guy on the field, essentially.
Okay. Alright. I rolled 12 on the arrow. Now for the max damage for a total of 18.
18 damage.
Yeah.
Once again, you tell me how you take this remaining halfling down.
So, like, I'd imagine, like, he has his back towards me or to the side of me, and he's just bent over trying to tie up my friend, and Gladier is over here talking to his deity, and you just see out of the darkness again the last and final arrow. Just out of nowhere, all of a sudden he's standing there tying him up, and then all of a sudden there's just an arrow in his neck, and he drops. And then I use my movement to get over towards Gladier. And then it's heard of my action bonus action.
Okay, yeah. So you take down the last halfling, and then you move next to Gladier. Perfect. We are now looking at Blade. Still a couple of combatants on the field. One of the halflings has come to the aid of the bard and is trying to put it on Locris. And you still have a halfling that is lightly protesting the violence in between you and combat.
Okay. Let's see. Um, so the the halflings by Gladiator are down.
Correct. There's no longer any halflings by Gladiator. In fact, Logus has moved to Gladiator's side.
Okay, gotcha. So I guess I am going to make. Let's see, how far away am I from this bard? Oh, okay, I'm close enough to the bard. I guess I am going to cast a cantrip on that bard. I am going to do some vicious mockery at the bard.
Okay, and was that a charisma save for me, or like a will or a wisdom save or something?
Wisdom saving throw.
We're looking at a 14 on the die. Let's check the modifier. There you go. It's +1, so 15. No, 14 on the die. 15.
Just saves.
So like half damage, or what's the deal there?
So let's see, or take 1d4 psychic damage and have disadvantage on the neck. So I don't think you would have disadvantage.
If he saves for that cantrip, nothing happens. It only does damage or has an effect if he fails the save.
Oh shit. Okay.
Sorry, fellas, shut you down on that one.
No, it's all good. From one bard to another, I respect it.
All right.
So-
Anything else? I think you still have like a standard action, or was that spell a standard action?
That was my standard action. I guess for now, I am going to make my way. I guess use my full movement that I can towards Gladiator.
You have 30 feet of movement, right?
Yeah, prioritizing. I guess my goal is to pick up the handcuffs.
Okay, yeah. You
The
can,
ones that aren't on burning.
all right, yeah, you can get right next to Gladiator and Logos. And all right, for sure. Okay, so
That'll.
moving on down then from Blade, it is Locris. Locris, you have a halfling rogue attacking you, a bard attacking you, and a halfling lightly protesting that his friends should stop attacking you. All surrounding
Hey.
you. So.
I am going to turn back over to the halfling that took a swing at me, and in Infernal say, "You best." Move my hex over to him, and take a swing with my Morning Star.
Okay, so give me an attack roll real quick. See how
So
this
24
works. That'll hit.
is 9 points piercing with 6 points necrotic for 15 total.
Yeah, that's enough. Tell me how you take down this halfling as he comes charging in.
So since he's small, I just see him turning around, you pest, and just do kind of a backhanded swipe with it and just plaster the side of his head and throw him up into that wagon right there.
Nice. Okay, so let's see. And Is that any other action?
No, because I'm not giving it an opportunity here.
Okay, just checking. Let's see here. So from Locris would be the rogues, but the only one left is Charmed, and he just kind of is trying to talk the bard into calming himself down, which doesn't look likely. Gladier would be up next after that, but he's currently face down in a pile of sand, sitting comfortably with, possibly chatting with his deity in his own realm. You know, kind of casually, maybe relaxing, comfortably at 0 hit points. So Renwick, you are up. You are still hidden. There is still the charmed halfling and the attacking bard, who doesn't really seem to notice what's going on the other side of camp. So you're up.
All right. Well, I would like to try to make a non-lethal shot at the bard with my crossbow, if that's cool.
I'll say you could blunt an arrow or something real quick, or blunt a bolt real quick to just kind of give him a quick jab. Go ahead and fire.
Yeah, like I will intentionally aim for like the legs, and since I am about waist height, that's just a straight shot.
Okay, give me an attack roll.
Oh, shit. That is a 6 for a 13.
13 does not hit, unfortunately.
Some bitch. I think that's my first miss. God damn it. And then I will bonus action. I just want to dash to like the far side of the cart that I think its blade is by, to the north.
Okay, you want to be on the north side of the cart? Is that what you said?
Yeah, like the northeast side of the cart. Kind of like I'm flanking the cart with my ally.
That makes sense. Alrighty. Moving on down from Renwick is the bard. So once again, in a futile struggle, comes at you, Locris. We're looking at a 15 to hit. I'm going to assume that's a miss.
Thankfully, that's a miss.
Yeah. Swings and arcs wide, and you can tell he's kind of in a panic at this point. Like, he's not quite sure what to do. Moving on up to the top of the round, Logos, you are kneeling next to, or you're standing next to a unconscious Gladier, and Blade has ran to Gladier's side as well.
So I want to flip him over to where he's face, because he said he was face down. And I'm going to grab a single good berry and drop it in his mouth.
Okay, yeah. It works. Gladier, your heart starts beating again. You hear the sounds of the mortal world getting louder and louder and louder until they're almost deafening. And then suddenly, with a jolt and a deep breath, you just kind of pop back to. You're back in the real world on the material plane with 1 hit point.
And not only that, like, you feel like you've eaten a full meal. Like you feel full and happy, and like that berry was enough to sustain you for a whole day. And so I'll get it. So I'll get him up, and there's not really much else. Just as a bonus action, I'll just move my hunter's mark on that last bard. Or if he tries to run, I can track him.
Okay.
And that'll be my turn.
Okay, rolling down from Logos Blade. You are, you've made your way to the manacles. Logos kind of just revived Gladier with a good berry, and you're up. There's still your charmed friend politely requesting the part stop his onslaught, and a very panicked, very worried bard who seems to be in some sort of bloodlust, maybe.
So I guess, do I have to do any more movement to grab those manacles that are on the ground?
No, free action. You can grab the manacles.
Okay. So I'm going to grab the manacles, and I'm just going to kind of look back and say to Gladier, "Welcome back, buddy," and then make my way is use all my movement that I can to go towards um, the friendly halfling. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, you can certainly get right up next to him for sure.
And sorry, and I guess kind of before I did that, I don't know if I can do this, but I might have to roll. I'll have to roll for it anyways. But I kind of want to throw my hood back up to get stealth back.
Okay, yeah, for sure. You could take that as like a free object interaction since you're wearing it.
Perfect. And yeah, I will. Yeah, just be parked next to the friendly halfling.
Okay, great. Rolling on down. It looks like Locris, you are still kind of under attack from this bard, while his halfling cohort ally complains about it. Let's see here. What do you do?
I'm going to bonus action move my hex back to the bard. I guess disadvantage on wisdom checks or strength checks. Yeah, disadvantage on strength checks. I didn't say that in any of them, but it really didn't matter.
Okay.
And then I'm going to try and bash his fucking skull in.
Nice. Give me an attack roll.
A 19 to hit.
That hits for sure.
And that is 2 plus 6, 8 points piercing and 6 points necrotic for 14 total damage.
Okay, yeah, you give him you blast the wind from his lungs with another big swing, but like before, he's still kind of on his feet. It looks like it'll take more than one good pummeling to take him down. Looks like he's still got a little fight left.
Then I'll just say, run. And then my turn.
Okay, the rogues. So the halfling just kind of continues to do what he was told, kind of lightly protesting. So we're going to move down to Gladier. You're finally back. You're awake. There is still a bard wildly attacking Locris in the center of this ring of wagons. And yeah, you kind of come to.
Is there still a halfling next to me, or is he taken care of?
All of the halflings are dead except for the one that Blade has charmed.
Gotcha. All right. Yeah. So he's just gonna he's laying down prone. He's just gonna like shoot up, like sit up, like large gasping breaths as he just like chokes down this good berry. And there's just the bard left standing.
Just the bard left standing.
He's got disadvantage on strength because let's go bear hug that motherfucker.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Uh,
If you go down, I got another berry.
yeah, you know what? Another fucking moment. So I think I can get there in 30 feet of movement. Can I just sprint up to the bard and just like dive, tackle, grapple the dude?
So since you're prone, you're gonna have to use half your movement to stand. So you could
I
move.
probably
I don't. What's your movement? Like 30, 35 somewhere.
it's 30, so I won't be able to get all
So
the way there unless
you
I
could
use
get.
an
Yeah, I mean,
action.
you could take the dash action and get to him, but
And I won't be able to
you
do
wouldn't be
anything.
able to do like a grapple. Maybe just collide into him if you want to. Just like a contested strength check to maybe both fall prone or something. Football tackle or something.
Yeah. Um, you know what? I'm just gonna play conservative for the moment because I'm close to death. Um, gonna use half my movement to stand up, move 15 feet closer towards the bard, kind of like in between those two, the two wagons, and yeah, then I'm gonna use action to use lay on hands. I'm just gonna kind of touch my own chest and just revitalize myself.
Okay. How many
I,
how many points are you spending?
I'm gonna use. I'm pretty fucking low. I'm gonna use 10 of my 15
Okay, just checking.
to heal myself, and yeah, I'm just gonna stay there. That's my action.
Okay.
I only
Um,
have one solo. Yeah,
looks
yeah,
like
that's it.
Renwick, you're up. You're kind of stealthing on one side of this wagon. You're close to this complaining halfling, but Locris still does seem to be engaged in melee combat with the bard. And you're up. What do you do?
Uh, cool. How many? Am I like within 25 feet of the bard?
Yes.
Perfect. I would like to pull my rapier and run up. So like he dashed last turn, so he's literally like sprinting around, kicking up dust around this cart, and just comes like bolting in with his rapier. And that's gonna be fuck. I rolled a 2.
That's not quite gonna get it done, but you do come into
Nope.
melee range.
Yeah, 10's not doing it. Fuck. But I will bonus action disengage and just bolt back to the cart. So he like runs in, kicking up dust, fucking hauling ass, takes a swipe, completely misses, and he's like, nope, and just fucking turns and books it back behind the cart.
Okay. I like it. Nice. All right. Oh. So, at the very bottom of the round, the bard looks to you lot, and upon kind of taking a quick survey of the battlefield, the bard throws down his weapon and kind of hits his knees, and he says, "I yield, please, mercy." and he no longer seems to possess the will to fight. And with that being said, we have a it's the top of the round, I guess, with Logus, but we have a charmed halfling and a bard that is surrendering. Thus, the day has been taken by the party. Saved the day. But this is where we're going to have to stop our adventure, unfortunately. So, this will be the end of the sesh.
Before we go, can I make like a perception check or something to try to find as many of the arrows that I shot? I mean, most of them hit.
Yeah, we can. We could retcon that for sure. Give me like a investigation check, or maybe like a perception check.
I will 100% choose perception. 18.
Yeah, you recover the arrows you expended.
It was the most important thing to a ranger. So,
While we're doing that, can I also do the same? I think I've fired 6 bolts.
Yeah, go ahead and give me the same. You can do like an investigation or like a perception check to kind of get your bolts back. It's a low DC. Let's say DC 14 or so to recover them all, if not only half.
I rolled a 16 for an 18 perception, so
okay, yeah,
6 bolts back.
You recover your bolts for sure.
Can I recover my dignity with the investigation check?
No, that belongs to the desert sand now.
What do you mean, dude? You tanked like 90% of that battle.
I like how you like bust out a roar and run into battle, and then like half your party stelts. You're like, "Rah, we're going into it, right, guys?
Wait.
Everybody just disappears.
Tumbleweed goes by.
I mean, it worked. They were
It was
all focused on
pretty-
me, and you guys could pick them off.
It was pretty great. Just for the
Me and
sake of
Renway-
notes, just for the sake of notes and a clean ending, can we just say that we manacled the charmed halfling and the human, and we'll leave there?
Absolutely, with their own manacles, nonetheless.
Yeah, I sweet talked the halfling. That's my friend.
Nice. Okay, yeah, well, we'll pick this up next week, guys. It's been a pleasure, as always. Keep in touch with me on the channels, and I'll get in touch with you over the next couple of days.
Awesome.
Right.
Thanks again, man.
Sounds good.
That was an
Thanks so
awesome,
much.
Yeah,
awesome
thanks,
combat.
guys, for sure. It was a fun one.
So, guys.
Catch you later.
Later.